program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people had so much to gain and had such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 354. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today we have a very meaty, weighty text to get into. One, I guess, by popular demand. People have asked us to talk about this. And actually, I have it right here with me. This amazing...
For those who are listening on audio, it is
I'm holding
Course
it up.
in Miracles.
Course in Miracles. No, there's no author, listed. We'll get into that. It's a little disputed, but a few people have asked us, like, when are you going to tackle A Course in Miracles? And that's what we're going to do. It's kind of its long history. What is it? How did it achieve such prominence in sort of like, not even just the New Age circles of the U.S., but like in pop culture in general? It kind of became a phenomenon.
It's definitely New Age material, but it definitely had like kind of a wider cultural breakthrough in a way that like some New Age stuff doesn't. It still is like very much rooted in that whole milieu, I think. But it definitely had like a wide crossover appeal. I mean, it's like through figures like Marianne Williamson, who's probably the most like significant connected person to the Course in Miracles to emerge, in recent years, have a high public profile, running for president multiple times, being on the debate stage, kind of espousing a form of Course of Miracles principles, sort of with very Course of Miracles inflected style of rhetoric.
Yes.
Which, like, a lot of the stuff like that you see in this text, like, is not like objectionable, right? Like, it's like a lot of it is about the like importance of love and things like that, right? Which one can't really take issue with. But it is a very interesting book that emerged from very interesting circumstances. That I'm looking forward to getting into this because it really like it in many ways is almost like an archetypal like New Age book. It is almost like an epitome of like the tendencies of New Age. It is unique in some ways, but it kind of, and it's interesting because the circumstances of its genesis are so idiosyncratic. But it almost does have that kind of quality of being like, and it certainly does have idiosyncrasies as well. But somehow, like I think in its, it has a kind of a sort of a more orthodox, like sort of an almost a simple quality that like some of these texts, like, there's no like sort of a theogony or like elaborate theogony or elaborate cosmology. Like it's not like a Urantia type of thing or a Xenu type of thing. Right.
Or what it's probably a little based on, like all these things in the New Age, theosophy, where if you kind of read through like the Secret Doctrine, there's like all this stuff like breaking down all these kind of like Hindu terms, but like there's levels of matter and there's the root races. Like there's all this... There's all these like sci-fi kind of bells and whistles about
like totally nothing. Like really, I mean, there probably is like a theosophical influence, and we can talk about like all the different strands of influence that entered into the Course of Miracles. But Yeah, there's really like in terms of like the experience of reading A Course in Miracles and like reading like the Secret Doctrine, like they are not very similar at all, right? In fact,
Yeah.
like what distinguishes the Course in Miracles, I feel like, is yeah, like you said, your typical like theosophical text almost is meant to sort of overwhelm and impress the reader with esoteric knowledge,
Yeah.
right? And there is esotericism, like and it almost like kind of like exoticism, right? And like knowledge of the East, and like there are like things you can compare with the interpretation of Hindu doctrines and theosophy in A Course in Miracles, right? You could say that it is like A Course in Miracles is basically like a sort of a neo-Gnostic text,
Yes.
in the sense of like how people in the 20th century understood or like really constructed the category of Gnosticism. I think this is an interesting opportunity actually like to unpack and like deconstruct a little bit like the category of Gnostic, because I feel like, you know, we talk about that a lot, and in like a broad way it could like apply to A Course in Miracles, but I think that that is one sort of strand of influence here, is like the sort of interest that was developing really during the time of A Course in Miracles genesis in these kind of, you know, materials from like the Nag Hammadi library and like you know,
The Dead
Gnostic
Sea
Christianity and
Scrolls.
stuff like that, right? But yeah, you know, obviously Jesus and like plays a role in theosophy, right? And generally like in the sort of that milieu, but you know, on the other side of the coin you have like the Hare Krishna stuff, like things like this, right? And you do have this kind of almost like the doctrine of Maya, kind of like illusory reality that is very strong in A Course in Miracles, which is kind of is in the Gnostic connection. But I digress about it. Like, you know, this is a I think it's very, very accessible, and it doesn't like sort of isn't laden with that stuff, and really is like as it's very you know, actually related to an episode that we recently did. I was actually, there's a little bit of a serendipity actually itself in this topic, because it like dovetails very well with what we were just talking about in terms of psychoanalysis.
Yes, and Freud.
You know,
there's a Freudian vocabulary and kind of framework that pops up throughout A Course in Miracles. Like there's a lot of talk about the ego, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, our recent episode of psychoanalysis, by the way, is on Patreon. It's been acclaimed in the grotto. People, you know, we got good feedback on it. So, you know, if people want to subscribe, do so. But you know,
check it out
to understand the resonances in those conversations. But yeah, I mean, like the scribe of A Course in Miracles, right, Helen Schuckman, and like it's sort of a I want to say like midwife, like mid-husband,
handler,
right? Or, like,
her question
main
mark
collaborator. Yeah, like handler. Well, I mean, she was like his secretary, you know,
in a
like,
way,
you
yeah,
know, like so yeah, like a collaborator, I guess. Although like I guess not directly. Like you know, they were both like psychoanalysts.
Right. They were like research. They were research psychologists at the Columbia Presbyterian like medical school. And I guess I think wasn't she like his research assistant? Bill Thetford.
And they were both like steeped in that vocabulary. I mean, you can definitely see it come through in A Course in Miracles, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
It like like one of the big themes in all of this is like the ego, right? Like so the basic thing of A Course in Miracles, for those who might not know, right? Let's like kind of establish it. Like it is it's hard to say like what, you know, should we start with like the story of its genesis, or should we start with like just saying what it is, like to the sort of reader who doesn't really know the background?
Well, I mean, I think the genre is important, especially contrasting it with other spiritual works like, you know, Blavatsky stuff. The one big difference is that this is a channeled text, right? Yeah. It's not like a kind of esoteric, like, or academic or pseudo-academic, like, kind of text. Like, it's kind of addressed in the, like, second person, right? Like, it's somebody talking to you, the reader. And I
think a lot of the passages, the
channelee, I guess, or the channeler,
or the channel,
right. Well, yeah, I mean,
that's kind of in that way, sort of like the you know, Edgar Cayce books or the Seth material, right? That was also pretty popular, and I think it was actually at the same time. Yeah, it was around the same time that the Seth material was another sort of channeled work was coming out. It'd be interesting to do an episode on that and kind of compare the two, but because, you know, there's a lot of similar themes. But in this case, yeah. So it is a text that the scribe Helen Schuckman like claimed was like a voice that like sort of spoke to her and was like silent, but like she understood it like intuitively, and it was just saying like, and this like kind of like the Ikra, the first word of this revelation was like or the first utterance was this is a course in miracles, please take notes.
Yes.
And she but it really emerged from she and Bill Thetford kind of had like this very like late 20th century kind of academic like intense like departmental drama like inflected relationship where they had like a lot of like interpersonal conflicts, and it almost seems like they had some kind of like, that's the thing, like because like they are so intent, like their sort of framework is so psychoanalytic, and like it's hard not to psychoanalyze them, and that's like what a lot of people looking into the Course of Miracles have done. It's like, I mean, in general, it's hard not to apply psychoanalysis to a text like this, but like in this case in particular, like it's hard not to say that there's like something about like their like
their dynamic,
like quote unquote sublimated sexual tension.
Yeah.
Like, Bill was gay, but like Helen was this kind of older woman.
She was a married, like middle-aged woman working, for this younger man who was like kind of her superior because she got started in academia late. And then a lot of people said that, and I guess she confided to other people kind of in this milieu that like she would have left her husband to be with Bill Thetford, but it became clear that he was gay.
Yeah.
And not interested in that type of relationship, and then they developed this very strong bond over this process. Maybe I should read. I've been looking at like what's the best concise summary of this like dynamic of the actual origins, and maybe I'll read a little bit of how it's described in this Harper's article from I believe 2024 by Sheila Heti. Called The New Age Bible on the Origins of A Course in Miracles. And I think overall this is like a pretty good article. It's definitely kind of a long like magazine essay format about the author's own journey of kind of stumbling upon A Course in Miracles some years earlier during a kind of depressive time, and kind of like almost getting like one-shotted by it a little bit for a while, and then wanting to like research the origins and maybe like write a story about it, but then when she finds ends up being a little more dark and complex and whatever. But I'll skip down from the beginning and like her personal kind of tie-in, and she talks about like Helen Schuckman and Bill Thetford and like how this came to be. So she writes that Helen Cohn was born into an emotionally distant, upper-middle-class family in 1909. Her parents were both half Jewish, her father an atheist, and her mother a seeker who dabbled in theosophy and Christian Science at various times. As a child growing up in New York, she had unfulfilled spiritual longings and fantasized about becoming a writer, but felt herself blocked from both writing and reading. In her early 20s, she attended NYU, where she met Louis Schuckman, a fellow student whom she married. After graduation, she loafed around and worked in his bookstore, fretting over what to do with her life, until she returned to NYU in her early 40s to get her PhD in clinical psychology. In grad school, she, quote, worried incessantly until her essays were returned, certain she had written something dreadfully stupid and the professor would laugh. She received her degree in 1957 when she was almost 50. The following year, Bill Thetford, everyone called him Bill, was looking to hire a clinical research assistant at Columbia Presbyterian. An acquaintance recommended Helen. In a series of autobiographical interviews carried out the year after Helen's death, Bill recalled that when he first met Helen, she seemed, quote, rather strange. She was obviously very bright, but a bit scattered. I had the feeling that her mind was going around in circles. There were a lot of peripheral non sequiturs, but I was aware that there was a core that was very solid. She did not find the job being offered to her particularly attractive. The salary was not good, and there was nothing particularly appealing about the position. Helen later recalled that upon meeting Bill, a little voice in her head said, quote, and there he is. He's the one I'm supposed to help. So she took the job. She may have also found him personally appealing. He was 13 years her junior, and as Bill's friend Carol Howe wrote in her biography of him, he was exceptionally humorous and charming. Although he was closeted professionally and had few, quote, close relationships, he was very flirtatious with both sexes and was capable of giving anyone his complete undivided attention, evoking a feeling of being valued and cared for. Prior to this, Helen had been working at the Shield Institute, where she was studying and helping children who had been born with severe congenital brain defects. At a time when it was customary to remove such cases from their homes and put them in institutions, she believed that each child had unique aptitudes and the ability to learn. She and her colleagues cherished the hope that one day these children would be able to function in society, attend public schools, and remain in the care of their families. In an unpublished autobiography, Helen wrote that she found the transition to the new job difficult. The atmosphere was ghastly and oppressive, and she called it the dullest and most difficult situation of my professional life. Bill, who had started there a few months before, was no happier. The stress level of the situation in which we found ourselves at Columbia Medical School had become unbearable, he recalled. We were living in a continuous state of anxiety among professional colleagues who seemed to be chronically hostile and paranoid. I wonder about what, you're studying children with birth defects or whatever. I don't know why it's so hostile and well, maybe I could think of maybe some reasons why this the Columbia Medical School's psychiatric wing was a little bit tense in this era. But anyways,
well, also I mean, again, yeah, maybe there's a broader reason, but also academic departments can suck.
Yeah,
they suck.
No, for sure.
A lot of the time, they there can be it's a workplace full of people who are eccentric a lot of the time. I mean, look at Bill and Helen. I think you can fairly say they're a bit eccentric.
Yeah,
so,
these are fully credentialed people teaching at one of the premier medical institutions in the United States, and they're a little wild, so yeah, that does happen.
There's definitely a lot of high-strung energy in academic departments at times, for sure.
But Columbia in the 1960s is a particularly interesting place that's popped up in various strains of our research before. I think about Walter Breen and the weird kind of gifted child physics stuff that was happening at Columbia.
Totally, yeah.
Didn't Donald Barr have a connection to Columbia before he went to Dalton and hired Jeffrey Epstein? Brian De Palma went there to study physics and then immediately
Jack Sarfati, right?
Jack Sarfati went there. Yeah. So in the sciences and the medicine, psychology, all that kind of stuff, as we'll see, there were some interesting contracts running through Columbia.
Yeah.
But anyways, going on. A few years after Helen was hired, in the summer of 1965, their department was transferred into a newly built research center where Bill arranged for himself and Helen to have offices next to each other at a distance from the rest of their colleagues. One morning, before another dreaded staff meeting, Helen went to fetch Bill. Suddenly, Bill found himself, quote, making an uncharacteristic, rather impassioned speech. And this is kind of this is canon for the ASIM believers. They love telling the story. Quote, I told her that even though I felt we could go on working this way indefinitely, I wondered if it was really worth it. There must be another way of living in harmony rather than discord, of looking at all this differently, I said, and I am determined to find it. I was very surprised when Helen agreed with me and said she would help me find another way. It is kind of vague. What are they specifically working on? Where they I guess human psychological health, maybe.
I mean, Ken Wapnick gives kind of an explanation of it. In his he was their good friend and kind of stewarded a lot of the material and kind of gave an intellectual cast to it. He was someone they met because he had written an article on schizophrenia and mysticism.
Yeah.
And to his credit, his whole thing was that schizophrenia and mysticism are not the same, right? Often conflated. But So that was kind of why Bill found him interesting, because he took the mystical experience seriously. And he kind of talks about like the drama between them a little bit, like in his biography of Helen, which is called Absence from Felicity. He says, while I did not know Helen and Bill during this time period, my close friendship and association with them afterwards does not make it too difficult to describe, at least in general terms, the tremendous animosity that existed between them. I shall await later chapters for a presentation of some of the more unhappy details during the period when I was present. Suffice it for now to state that Helen and Bill probably could not have said hello to each other in the morning without it leading to increased friction and tension. Each basically found the other totally responsible for the misery of the other. Helen even once accused Bill quite directly of being responsible for all of her difficulties even before they had ever met.
Wow.
Thus, almost from the beginning, their relationship was characterized by a hostility that existed, paradoxically, in the context of a mutual trust and support that defied rational psychological explanation. On some level, the ambivalent nature of this relationship reflected the conflict with God that was present within Helen herself. Right, she was like, fixated with religion her whole life. Her mother, was into theosophy, as you mentioned, right, and like she had kind of had some flirtations with Catholicism, and she was from a Jewish background and had interest in that.
But then, didn't she like become an atheist in college and was kind of like, fuck all that, and then
she was
but then
like a diehard atheist, but she kept like, I think like. It's interesting, like, I mean, Ken Wapnick kind of has like his own sort of like take on it, which is that like she was sort of the atheist from like an evangelical movie in a way, where like she was like partly like angry with God.
Yeah, she's mad at God.
Like she actually like had like an obsession with God and with religion through her whole life. Like that does seem to be true.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like that. Like she was like mad at God and then said, "I'm going to be an atheist now," kind of thing.
I think like, I mean, if you think about it, like these are the themes that like are so salient in A Course in Miracles, right? Love and fear, right? And like I think that she did have like this kind of fear, right, of like a certain kind of a idea of God, right? Like she was drawn to it inexorably, but like the sort of consequences of it frightened her. And that is something that you do kind of see in A Course in Miracles, right? Because the God of A Course in Miracles is a God who like does like, there's no concept of sin. There's no concept, like it's all about like, how no one actually is guilty of anything. And in fact, like nothing bad actually has even ever happened.
It literally hasn't happened, I think.
It has not happened. And like in some ways that is like is sort of typical of like a lot of religious framings, that like this world is of a lower ontological priority to some other higher reality. But A Course in Miracles gets it, is it like very intense with it, and doesn't like really deal with it anyway. But like so
they often compare it to like being beaten up by like your favorite uncle in a dream, and then you wake up and it's like if you went to your uncle and said and got mad at them, they'd think you're crazy and like take you off to the nut house. And that's what they think like actual waking reality kind of is analogous to. That like nothing actually it has some implications that I would quibble with, I think. But I think a lot of us would quibble with, but there is a lot of that dynamic going on. But then let me just finish reading this part, because like this is about their sort of the genesis of the book. So and I feel like it's good. So on some level, the ambivalent relationship with God. Moreover, Helen and Bill's own difficulties with each other mirrored the animosity and belligerence that existed within their department and between theirs and other departments of the medical center. Thus, Helen and Bill experienced their overall situation as on a professional battlefield, a war in which they were both active, if not eager participants. Even physically, they were opposite. Bill was over 13 years younger than Helen. Helen was 49 when they first met. Bill almost 36 and over a foot taller. Even more to the point were their personalities. Bill tended to be quietly soft-spoken, while Helen was quite assertive and could be abrasive at times. Bill's anger was almost always channeled through passive means, while Helen was directly, if not sometimes strongly, aggressive. They would argue throughout the day, and then in the evening would often spend another hour or so on the phone going over their mutual grievances, each of them desperately convinced of the correctness of his or her position. Constantly critical of each other, their discussions were seemingly endless. Their personality differences merely fueled the flames of their animosity. While Helen was taking on the course, Jesus
sources frequently describe these differences in terms of Helen and Bill's respective uses of projection and denial. We shall return to these in their proper sequence. Finally, there was Bill's homosexuality. Though never particularly active sexually, in a letter to Bill, Helen once referred to him as asexual. Bill's lack of sexual interest in her was perceived by Helen as effectively thwarting her desire to control him sexually. At first, Helen had felt attracted to Bill, who later asked her rhetorically how many men to whom she had been attracted was she currently involved with. The answer, of course, was none, and a sexual form to their intense relationship would obviously have interfered with the transmission of A Course in Miracles. Helen, incidentally, despite her occasional sexual attractions to other men, remained faithful to Lewis, that is her husband, who she met, much when she was just coming out of college.
Yeah.
Or I think maybe in undergrad.
College,
but
yeah.
She described her differences with Bill in this way. Bill had led a rather difficult life, and when I met him, he was at a low point in his personal as well as his professional affairs. He was quite vulnerable to anxiety, depressed, and somewhat withdrawn. Nevertheless, he retained a persistent spark of inherent optimism and a somewhat wobbly belief that there was a way out which he would somehow manage to find. In contrast, I was anxious to the point of agitation, apt to be sharp-tongued, and worked with an intensity that Bill found positively alarming. I tried to maintain a facade of hopefulness and certainty, but the pessimism and insecurity underneath were very close to the surface. Bill and I approached the departmental problems and reacted to pressure in very different ways. Bill was apt to withdraw when he perceived a situation as demanding or coercive. When he perceived a situation as demanding or coercive, which he frequently did. Directions in which his perception was quite biased at the time. He rarely attacked openly when he was angry or irritated, which he frequently was, but was much more likely to become increasingly aloof and unresponsive, and then openly angry. I, on the other hand, tended to become over-involved, and then to feel hopelessly trapped and resentful. Many calls for help were made on me during that period, and my telephone was generally busy all evening, sometimes until very late. I did not refuse to help where I could, even though many calls came from total strangers who had somehow got hold of my name. In fact, I was generally more sympathetic towards strangers and acquaintances than towards those close to me, such as Lewis or Bill, toward both of whom I felt considerable resentment. My sense of being imposed on, which had been growing for years, began to reach an explosive potential. The worsening nature of their own relationship was mirrored in their professional ones. The state of the department worsened and filled with tension, amid an atmosphere of competition, quarreling, and very divisive anger. Regarding her relationship with Bill, Helen wrote in her autobiography, "The relationship between Bill and myself deteriorated steadily. We had become quite interdependent, but we had also developed considerable anger towards each other. Our genuine attempts to cooperate were more than offset by our growing resentments. We began to get much less work done, while experiencing greater and greater fatigue. It became more and more evident that the best thing for me was to leave. However, Bill and I seemed to be trapped in a relationship which, although we hated it in many ways, could not be escaped. The severe strain of Helen and Bill's personal and professional relationships became the setting for the sudden turnaround that led to the beginning of A Course in Miracles. As the Course would later say, in crucifixion is redemption laid." And and then he, goes on to talk about the Course. But yeah, so you get from those like diary entries or those, autobiographical statements, like some insight into how explosive and how tense their relationship was, like kind of like toxic, codependent. It seems like.
Very codependent, like a kind of professional, almost like they're like work spouses or something, and like they have this like very toxic, codependent, stressful bond with each other in a very, I guess, stressful environment, like hyper competitive, whatever. Yeah. So, now, in this article, it gets to, like, the big incident, the big turning point that kicks all this off. She writes, "Then, that fall, a strange incident occurred. Helen called Bill in the middle of the night, panicked, and told him about an inner voice that kept repeating, 'This is A Course in Miracles. Please take notes.' She asked him, 'What shall I do? Suppose it's crazy.' Bill told her to write down what she heard. She could read it to him the following day. 'If it doesn't make any sense, no one else has to know about it,' he reassured her. The next morning, Helen appeared in his office with her notes and nervously read the words aloud. Bill sat quietly. He then told her it was astonishingly beautiful and urged her to keep listening and writing. Helen was more uncertain. As she wrote in her unfinished memoir, she did not regard herself as, quote, a good candidate for a scribal role, and shortly after the project began, she stated her opposition to the voice silently but strongly, quote, "Why me?" I asked. "I'm not even religious. I don't understand the things that have been happening to me, and I don't even like them. Besides, they make me nervous. I'm just about as poor a choice as you could make." On the contrary, I was quietly assured, you are an excellent choice, and for a very simple reason. You will do it. That's the voice talking, I guess. Mm-hmm. Helen realized this was true. So for the next 7 years, often daily, she would visit Bill in his office and read out her notes while he typed them up. I suppose it was very convenient that their new offices were at a distance from anyone who might have wondered at their increased contact and intimacy. Naturally, we did not discuss this with our colleagues, Bill told an interviewer. None of our professional associates were aware that this was going on. Scribing the first book, the text, a fascinating, dense, theoretical laying out of course principles, took Helen nearly 3 years. She thought she was done, but after several months passed, she told Bill that she felt a workbook was coming. Over the next few years, she took down this second volume, more prosaic in tone, and divided into 365 short chapters, with a lesson or activity for each day, designed to train a person in seeing reality the way the Course lays out. The author says that, parenthetically, I find the workbook rather trite in comparison with the text. Lesson 1 tells the reader to look slowly around you and say of each individual thing you see, this table does not mean anything. This chair does not mean anything.
Right,
this hand does not mean anything.
The workbook is really great.
Yeah. I have a combined text plus workbook copy here.
Nice. Yeah.
So Bill called the book a collaborative assignment. For though Helen was the one who heard the voice, she couldn't revisit her notes alone, as she, quote, found the content of the course too threatening. Bill's role, along with creating the typewritten manuscript, was, he said, to offer the considerable support and reassurance needed each day for Helen to continue her shorthand notebook recording. After all, she kept feeling that maybe she was losing her mind. Yet despite her misgivings and self-described, quote, periods of open rebellion, Helen continued to listen and write, while Bill, surprised by the hundreds of pages of spiritual wisdom streaming out of his colleague, was deeply moved. I did regard this as the answer to my question, that there must be another way. The author says, I couldn't resist telling my friends about the course, which didn't always go so well. Some were familiar with the book and told me about relatives who had been changed by it. An in-law revealed that it had cured her brother of a drug addiction. The friend of a friend's mother, who had recently died, had done the course 3 times and considered it her Bible. But most others, after agreeably purchasing a copy or flipping through mine, told me they found it, quote, unreadable. I had the book sent to my mother. The next time I visited, she asked me to please have it sent back. I don't know why you would return a book, maybe return it for the money or something, because she didn't want to fuck with it. So this author starts to go on a quest to meet people that knew Helen and Bill and go on from there. But that is kind of that's the origin story of, they spent, I think, a total of 6 or 7 years I think 6, maybe 7, because it was 1972.
3 years to write the first draft, and then they had to edit it and make changes, and they wrote supplementary material. Yeah, it was a long process. I think course of 7 years is the number that gets thrown out.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it was finally published, I think, for the first time in 1976.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the original version had stuff about their departmental drama and stuff in
well,
it.
that
It
was the actual
yeah.
first version, which was eventually released on the internet. I think in 2000 it was called the urtext, which is the unedited just sort of manuscript of it, which has a lot more. It's more the voices speaking to Bill and Helen about their specific, giving them very granular life advice and things like that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and, eventually when this comes out, the other thing that is big that, is kind of interesting is that, ultimately this voice, the identity of this voice is said to be Jesus of Nazareth himself.
Yes. Well,
though it's a little
it
vague.
Identifies it. Helen always referred to it as the voice.
Yeah. Not necessarily her, but
she never said Jesus said this. But when asked, it said I'm Jesus, and it obviously is kind of portraying itself as Jesus, or speaking from the point of view of the Son of God, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe, it's like worth reading like some representative like passages from A Course in Miracles. I mean, it is
Sure.
obviously like it evolved over a long period of time, and like the style of it like kind of does change a little bit throughout. I mean, like yeah, we could talk about the authorship and like what we think, like whether it's possible that Helen or Bill could have written it. I think that there's definitely a debate to be had. But yeah, let me read like the part about the crucifixion, because I feel like that is sort of indicative of the um sort of standpoint, or the the idea of who the author is. So yeah, this is an early part. This is just from chapter 3. The crucifixion did not establish the atonement. The resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. No one who is free of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside-down point of view, it does appear as if God permitted and even encouraged one of his sons to suffer because he was good. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. Such anti-religious concepts enter into many religions. Yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? It is likely that God himself would be capable, is it likely that God himself would be capable of the kind of thinking which his own words have clearly stated as unworthy of his son? The best defense, as always, is not to attack another's position, but rather to protect the truth. It is unwise to accept any concept if you have to invert a whole frame of reference in order to justify it. This procedure is painful in its minor applications, and genuinely tragic on a wider scale. Persecution frequently results in an attempt to justify, quote-unquote, the terrible misperception that God himself persecuted his own son on behalf of salvation. The very words are meaningless. It has been particularly difficult to overcome this because, although the error itself is no harder to correct than any other, many have been unwilling to give it up in view of its prominent value as a defense. You can really see the resonances with Freud, right? These concepts of defense, these concepts of projection, right? In milder forms, a parent says, "This hurts me more than it hurts you," and feels exonerated in beating a child. Can you believe our Father really thinks this way? It is so essential that all such thinking be dispelled that we must be sure that nothing of this kind remains in your mind. I was not punished because you were bad. The holy benign lesson the atonement teaches is lost if it is tainted with this kind of distortion in any form. The statement, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," is a misperception by which one assigns his own evil past, quote-unquote, evil past to God. The quote-unquote evil past has nothing to do with God. He did not create it, and he does not maintain it. God does not believe in retribution. His mind does not create that way. He does not hold your quote-unquote evil deeds against you. Is it likely that he would hold them against me? Be very sure that you recognize how utterly impossible this assumption is, and how entirely it arises from projection. This kind of error is responsible for a host of related errors, including the belief that God rejected Adam and forced him out of the Garden of Eden. It is also why you may believe from time to time that I am misdirecting you. I have made every effort to use words that are almost impossible to distort, but it is always possible to twist symbols around if you wish. Sacrifice is a notion totally unknown to God. It arises solely from fear, and frightened people can be vicious. Sacrificing in any way is a violation of my injunction that you should be merciful even as your Father in heaven is merciful. It has been hard for many Christians to realize that this applies to themselves. Good teachers never terrorize their students. To terrorize is to attack, and this results in rejection of what the teacher offers. The result is learning failure. I have been correctly referred to as, quote, the Lamb of God who taketh away the sins of the world. But those who represent the Lamb as bloodstained do not understand the meaning of this symbol. Correctly understood, it is a very simple symbol that speaks of my innocence. The lion and the lamb lying down together symbolize the strength and innocence. That strength and innocence, very small font here, so I'm misreading some ways. That strength and innocence are not in conflict, but naturally live in peace. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. That's another way of saying the same thing. A pure mind knows the truth, and this is its strength. It does not confuse destruction with innocence because it associates innocence with strength, not with weakness. Innocence is incapable of sacrificing anything, because the innocent mind has everything and strives only to protect its wholeness. It cannot project. It can only honor other minds, because honor is a natural greeting of the truly loved to others who are like them. The Lamb taketh away the sins of the world in the sense that the state of innocence, or grace, is one in which the meaning of the atonement is perfectly apparent. The atonement is entirely unambiguous. It is perfectly clear because it exists in light. Only the attempts to shroud it in darkness have made it inaccessible to those who do not choose to see. The atonement itself radiates nothing but truth. It therefore epitomizes harmlessness and sheds only blessing. It could not do this if it arose from anything but perfect innocence. Innocence is wisdom because it is unaware of evil, and evil does not exist. It is, however, perfectly aware of everything that is true. The resurrection demonstrated that nothing can destroy truth. Good can withstand any form of evil, as light abolishes forms of darkness. The atonement is therefore the perfect lesson. It is the final demonstration that all the other lessons I taught are true. If you can accept this one generalization now, there will be no need to learn from many smaller lessons. You are released from all errors if you believe this. The innocence of God is a true state of the mind of his Son. In this state, your mind knows God, for God is not symbolic. He is fact. Knowing his Son as he is, you realize that the atonement, not sacrifice, is the only appropriate gift for God's altar, where nothing except perfection belongs. The understanding of the innocent is truth. That is why their altars are truly radiant. So in terms of like the atonement and what it is, I don't think it's quite been like really unfolded at this point in the book because it's relatively early, but it certainly becomes clear through the book like continually that the atonement basically is letting go of this perception of like a broken and like basically evil in this world, like perception of sin, a perception of separateness from God at all, right? Like really like all these things that are part of the standard kind of sacred history of the like Abrahamic tradition broadly, like the fall, right? Like the interpretation of that more or less is that like Adam went to sleep, kind of. And like there's even this part where it says like that Adam fell asleep, and that never says that he woke up, right?
Wow,
It says
right
the Bible
there.
says a deep sleep fell on Adam, and nowhere is there reference to his waking up. The world has not yet experienced any comprehensive reawakening or rebirth.
Wow, we're in Adam's dream then, I guess.
Exactly, like we're all in this dream where like like one of the like most famous parts of the book is this phrase like the tiny mad idea, right? It says let us return the dream. Okay, so this is actually this part I think. Yeah, this is from the section "The Hero of the Dream," and this like part I think exemplifies one of the more interesting or I think salient aspects of A Course in Miracles is that some part of it are written in iambs, like an iambic meter. I don't want to call it pentameter because like it kind of just like goes on at points, but like it is like written in that like very clear like the da 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 rhythm, right?
Interesting.
That is like very very pleasing to like the ear, right? And has like kind of a power and like that. Shakespeare was a master of iambic pentameter, right?
A slightly hypnotic kind of like effect a little bit.
Right. I often like whenever like there's a phrase that people find to be like a while ago on Twitter there was like some like little meme going around talking about like was it Janet Jackson like or something like like it was a make miscellaneous unks shoot poison on stage, right? She does kind of routine, and she brought like some guy on.
Oh right,
and,
I think I remember that she like tortures them on like a rack and like but like sexually.
Or she like kind of like does like this little seductive kind of like routine, right, with them. And like someone said like she like she would make miscellaneous unks shoot poison on stage, and people were like, why is this phrase so perfect? And I was like, well, actually, it's an iambic pentameter, like make miscellaneous unks shoot poison on stage. And like so like a lot of, like if you think about it, if you ever notice a phrase that like is kind of has that sort of weird sort of power,
woke one
like,
was crazy in iambic pentameter?
It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like it could be a trochee and an iamb. Like woke one was crazy, but anyway, but you'll definitely see that.
They do kind of say that woke one was crazy.
Yeah. True.
Yeah,
Put the stress hard on it. Let's do this part. let us return the dream he gave away into the dreamer, who perceives a dream as separate from himself and done to him. Into eternity, where all is one, there crept a tiny mad idea, at which the Son of God remembered not to laugh. In his forgetting did the thought become a serious idea, and possible of both accomplishment and real effects. Together we can laugh them both away, and understand that time cannot intrude upon eternity. It is a joke to think that time can come to circumvent eternity, which means there is no time. So you can hear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but this phrase, where, in eternity where all is one, there crept a tiny mad idea, at which the Son of God remembered not to laugh. So that's maybe the significance, right? That he remembered, not to laugh at this. I don't really know, or forgot to laugh. He didn't remember to laugh at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Son of God is you. We're all sons of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we should have laughed at it, but we forgot to laugh at this tiny mad idea that somehow crept into eternity, right? But this is my problem with all this, or this is I think I have some problems with it in general, but there is kind of a fundamental theological problem here, which I feel like is really not resolved, right? And it is a big problem for any theology, but it is basically where did that tiny mad idea creep from? If God didn't create it, if God didn't will it.
I don't know. I guess it depends on your religious tradition.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't come. Well, I mean, in the Course of Miracles, it didn't come from really anywhere. God willed that we allow this tiny man. I guess maybe God allowed free will, and then in our free will, we decided to have this. But then, if all was one, and we were united with God,
Yeah, it's kind of like God's plan, God's test of us or something. He willed it to
some
happen.
People say it's a test. I mean, one of my favorite explanations, or what readings of that story is from Kashfi's Rodat Shuhada, which I was just recommending. Unfortunately, it's not really available in English, but inshallah one day there will be a good English translation. And maybe this is out there somewhere else. And I mean, it's kind of similar to the what did they call it? Culpa Felix or something, but it's a happy fault, right? In the Christian tradition, it's a quote from Bastami, Bayazid Bastami, I think, where he kind of says that there's this part where Adam is going out of heaven, and it's he's gone this miserable journey out of the garden, and he's right before the door, and Gabriel is I believe it's Gabriel, one of the angels, I'm pretty sure it's Gabriel, says to God, why not just forgive Adam? You're so forgiving and you love to forgive. Why not just forgive him? And, God says that well, if I, forgive him now, I've forgiven one person, but I'm going to get to forgive him, and I'm going to forget to forgive all the whole human family that he produces, out in this world. Right. And there's even a poem that Kashfi cites that's Ashikan Ra Az Belasad, what's the phrase, Rehetast, a lover has tranquility amidst 1,000 sufferings, ke muhabbat ham nishain, because love is the companion, it comes at the end, but love is the companion of suffering, right, of mihna. Okay. It's there is no love without sorrow. There's no, you can't manifest these things without, but I think there is this kind of, I don't know, we can get back to the material in just a second, but I think that there's this kind of thing that you see this now, kind of in these, and I think this is relevant because it is very much, if you think about Helen Schuckman as being this atheist, right, a 20th century kind of atheist who sort of bounced off his various religious traditions because of the God, and you can see her pushing back against his portrayal of God here, right, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. There is, it reminds me of the Stephen Fry thing of bone cancer in children, the suffering of this world, what kind of tyrant, and
right.
It's interesting because there is this flipped move where people like have a moral instinct, and then they try to like apply that moral instinct upon God, right? Where like it does come out of this sort of fundamental problem, which is like the equivalency between human beings and God, and believing that God is a human being when God is like nothing like, nothing is like his likeness, right?
Yeah, like God's like basically a person that could like press the
Yeah,
cancer,
like, exactly,
a 10-year-old
like,
cancer button
in a
if they
little,
feel like it.
control
and
panel. Exactly.
It's like
And,
apples and oranges.
If I were God, I would
conceptually.
do a much better job, and I would be much more moral. But like, there's kind of this idea that like the way this world is even Voltaire made fun of this in Candide, right? Like the way this world is the way it is for a reason, right? But there's an unwillingness to or an inability to like grapple with that or to process that, right? Or accept that.
Right.
And so they want like A Course of Miracles answer is that like God actually didn't do this. God is good, and somehow we like have created all of this. Right, we didn't really, because like we just think we did, but like it's all very like psychoanalytic.
It feels like
Yeah.
it reminds me so much of kind of what we were talking about, like Freud's like later theories about like the Oedipal complex, about like kind of the it's all in your head vibe, and that's the real problem. Is that like you're doing this to yourself? Like, I mean, when taken to like a logical extreme, that is what kind of the argument that's being made there is that it's not real. So, like, stop, treating it like the only sin is like thinking that it's real. Like, that's the only bad thing that exists, because nothing else is actually bad. And so it's a little, you could see kind of like the appeal on various levels, but at the same time, I don't know. Like, I do kind of want to read just from like the preface here, because part of it was written by Helen Schuckman, I think like in the 70s, and then the last part, what it says, is allegedly like channeled directly from The Voice, and it's like a one-page summary of, I guess, what the whole book is kind of trying to argue. Just because, I feel like this will be since the book is like 1,300 pages long or whatever, this could give us an overview of several of the like concepts and how they're working. So The Voice says here, and this is kind of like the little epigraph here, that I guess this is how the book starts. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. And it's kind of like if there was a motto to A Course in Miracles, it's kind of that. Nothing real can be threatened. So Voice says, this is how A Course in Miracles begins. It makes a fundamental distinction between the real and the unreal, between knowledge and perception. Knowledge is truth under one law, the law of love, or God. Truth is unalterable, eternal, and unambiguous. It can be unrecognized, but it cannot be changed. It applies to everything that God created, and only what He created is real. It is beyond learning because it is beyond time and process. It has no opposite, no beginning, and no end. It merely is. The world of perception, on the other hand, is the world of time, of change, of beginnings and endings. It is based on interpretation, not on facts. It is the world of birth and death, founded on the belief in scarcity, loss, separation, and death. It is learned rather than given, selective in its perceptual emphases, unstable in its functioning, and inaccurate in its interpretations. From knowledge and perception, respectively, two distinct thought systems arise which are opposite in every respect. In the realm of knowledge, no thoughts exist apart from God, because God and His creation share one will. That's a capital W, will, and His creation. They're going to go in, classic Christian with the He, God, whatever, all capitalized, and will. Interesting. The world of perception, however, is made by the belief in opposites and separate wills, in perpetual conflict with each other and with God. It sounds dialectical. Can't have that. What perception sees and hears appears to be real because it permits into awareness only what conforms to the wishes of the perceiver. This leads to a world of illusions, a world which needs constant defense precisely because it is not real. Yeah, that's got a kind of a Freudian vibe. Like that's where neurosis comes from. Is like you're treating this fantasy as real, etc.
Yeah, exactly. And you are always having to defend. Like in fantasies, partially are a defense, right? You need to like build these things as like defenses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so here we go again with the dream kind of conception. When you have been caught in the world of perception, you are caught in a dream. You cannot escape without help, because everything your senses show merely witnesses to the reality of the dream. God has provided the answer, the only way out, the true helper. It is the function of His voice, His Holy Spirit, to mediate between the two worlds. He can do this because, while on the one hand He knows the truth, on the other He also recognizes our illusions, but without believing in them. It is the Holy Spirit's goal to help us escape from the dream world by teaching us how to reverse our thinking and unlearn our mistakes. Forgiveness is the Holy Spirit's great learning aid in bringing this thought reversal about. However, the Course has its own definition of what forgiveness really is, just as it defines the world in its own way. The world we see merely reflects our own internal frame of reference, the dominant ideas, wishes, and emotions in our minds. Quote, projection makes perception. Text, page 445. We look inside first, decide the kind of world we want to see, and then project that world outside, making it the truth as we see it. We make it true by our interpretations of what it is we are seeing. If we are using perception to justify our own mistakes, our anger, our impulses to attack, our lack of love in whatever form it may take, we will see a world of evil, destruction, malice, envy, and despair. All this we must learn to forgive, not because we are being, quote, good and charitable, but because what we are seeing is not true. We have distorted the world by our twisted defenses and are therefore seeing what is not there. As we learn to recognize our perceptual errors, we also learn to look past them or, quote, forgive. At the same time, we are forgiving ourselves, looking past our distorted self-concepts to the self that God created in us and as us. Sin is defined as, quote, lack of love. Text, page 11. Since love is all there is. Love is all there is. Beatles. Interesting. Since love is all there is. Sin in the sight of the Holy Spirit is a mistake to be corrected rather than an evil to be punished. Our sense of inadequacy, weakness, and incompletion comes from the strong investment in the, quote, scarcity principle that governs the whole world of illusions. From that point of view, we seek in others what we feel is wanting in ourselves. We, quote, love another in order to get something ourselves. That, in fact, is what passes for love in the dream world. There can be no greater mistake than that, for love is incapable of asking for anything. Only minds can really, only minds can really join, and whom God has joined no man can put asunder. Text, page 356. It is, however, only at the level of Christ mind that true union is possible, and has in fact never been lost. The, quote, little I seeks to enhance itself by external approval, external possessions, and external love. The self that God created needs nothing. It is forever complete, safe, loved, and loving. It seeks to share rather than to get, to extend rather than project. It has no needs and wants to join with others out of their mutual awareness of abundance. The special relationships of the world are destructive, selfish, and childishly egocentric. Yet, if given to the Holy Spirit, these relationships can become the holiest things on earth, the miracles that point the way to the return to heaven. The world uses its special relationships as a final weapon of exclusion and a demonstration of separateness. The Holy Spirit transforms them into perfect lessons in forgiveness and in awakening from the dream. Each one is an opportunity to let perceptions be healed and errors corrected. Each one is another chance to forgive oneself by forgiving the other, and each one becomes still another invitation to the Holy Spirit and to the remembrance of God. Perception is a function of the body, and therefore represents a limit on awareness. Perception sees through the body's eyes and hears through the body's ears. It evokes the limited responses which the body makes. The body appears to be largely self-motivated and independent, yet it actually responds only to the intentions of the mind. If the mind wants to use it for attack in any form, it becomes prey to sickness, age, and decay. Okay. If the mind accepts the Holy Spirit's purpose for it instead, it becomes a useful way of communicating with others, invulnerable as long as it is needed, and to be gently laid by when its use is over. Of itself, it is neutral, as is everything in the world of perception. Whether it is used for the goals of the ego or the Holy Spirit depends entirely on what the mind wants. The opposite of seeing through the body's eyes is the vision of Christ, which reflects strength rather than weakness, unity rather than separation, and love rather than fear. The opposite of hearing through the body's ears is communication through the voice for God, the Holy Spirit, which abides in each of us. His voice seems distant and difficult to hear because the ego, which speaks for the little, separated self, seems to be much louder. This is actually reversed. The Holy Spirit speaks with unmistakable clarity and overwhelming appeal. No one who does not choose to identify with the body could possibly be deaf to his messages of release and hope, nor could he fail to accept joyously the vision of Christ in glad exchange for his miserable picture of himself. Christ's vision is the Holy Spirit's gift, God's alternative to the illusion of separation and to the belief in the reality of sin, guilt, and death. It is the one correction for all errors of perception, the reconciliation of the seeming opposites on which this world is based. Its kindly light shows all things from another point of view, reflecting the thought system that arises from knowledge, and making return to God not only possible, but inevitable. What was regarded as injustices done to one by someone else now becomes a call for help and for union. Sin, sickness, and attack are seen as misperceptions, calling for remedy through gentleness and love. Defenses are laid down because where there is no attack, there is no need for them. Our brothers' needs become our own because they are taking the journey with us as we go to God. Without us, they would lose their way. Without them, we could never find our own. Forgiveness is unknown in heaven, where the need for it would be inconceivable. However, in this world, forgiveness is a necessary correction for all the mistakes that we have made. To offer forgiveness is the only way for us to have it, for it reflects the law of heaven, that giving and receiving are the same. Heaven is the natural state. It's funny, giving and receiving are the same. Oh, I guess, yeah, you get something back from giving. Okay. Heaven is the
also, like, everything is the same, kind of.
Right,
Like,
everything,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
as Jonah, I think we can address this further in a bit, but, like, yeah, Jonah W5F in the chat says, I think a tiny mad idea, the attack on heaven is supposed to come from anger at God for not being able to affirm specialness. I mean, yeah, but there's a part in the book that kind of deals with that explicitly. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, yeah, but I think it's interesting. But yeah, like, basically everything was the same, but also it's unclear, but sorry, you can keep going.
Yeah, the ego, it's almost done here. Yeah, so let's see. Heaven is the natural state of all the sons of God as he created them. Such is their reality forever. It is not changed because it has been forgotten. It has not changed because it has been forgotten. Forgiveness is the means by which we will remember. Through forgiveness, the thinking of the world is reversed. The forgiven world becomes the gate of heaven, because by its mercy we can at last forgive ourselves. Holding no one prisoner to guilt, we become free. Acknowledging Christ in all our brothers, we recognize his presence in ourselves. Forgetting all our misperceptions, and with nothing from the past to hold us back, we can remember God. Beyond this, learning cannot go. When we are ready, God himself will take the final step in our return to him. So yeah, you do see that this heavy thing about like knowledge versus perception is this kind of binary that the text sets up, and
that's one of the like sort of dyads in the text, knowledge against perception. Because knowledge only, like, you know, God, like, really, like, only in the divine world does knowledge actually obtain. Everything else is just perception, right?
And life is but a dream, and it distracts us. You know, it makes us forget the truth that, like, love is all there is, and we're all the same as everybody else. Like there's absolutely no kind of
yes, exactly,
difference.
Yeah.
Like that's all ego, dream, mind games
Yes.
that we're living in a false consciousness practically.
Yes, exactly.
And this book, the goal of this book is to retrain your mind so that you slip, to the righteous path of knowledge, and I guess a specific way method of that is like this concept of forgiveness, which pops up again and again, and you see it very prominently in the kind of slightly watered down or like mainstream-ified version promoted by Marianne Williamson. Is like, I think she says in Oprah, like in the early 90s, like this is my plan for America. You should forgive, everybody in America should forgive one person today that you haven't forgiven. And like, you need to let go of your hatred and your resentment. And like, she harps on that. And Oprah's just like, oh my God, yes. Like, I love this. Like, like they feel like they're changing the country. They talk a very big game in the 90s about the kind of spiritual awakening that is occurring or that needs to occur across America. But it often, it is interesting. I'm sure we can get into it later. Like when you try to apply that principle, like to the real world in any way, it is a little bit like you can't blame anybody for anything. Kind of thing for being bad. Like it's all kind of flat. It's very flattened. So it's like
basically nothing. Is, I mean, like, again, there's like ways one could arrive at this, like through various routes, but you do kind of end up with, I mean, this is under a passage that I think is interesting, which is called the fear of redemption. And this is about basically you need to let go of guilt, right? Everything is like guilt is one of the biggest problems. He says, I have said the crucifixion is a symbol of the ego. When it was confronted with the real guiltlessness of God's Son, it did attempt to kill him, and the reason it gave was that guiltlessness is blasphemous to God. To the ego is God, and the guiltlessness must be interpreted as the final guilt that fully justifies murder. You do not yet understand that any fear you may experience in connection with this course stems ultimately from this interpretation, but if you will consider your reactions to it, you will become increasingly convinced that this is so. The goal for you is happiness and peace. In the extreme, you are afraid of redemption and you believe that it will kill you. Make no mistake about the depth of this fear, for you believe that, in the presence of truth, you might turn on yourself and destroy yourself. Little child, this is not so. Your guilty secret is nothing, and if you will but bring it to the light will dispel it. And then no dark cloud will remain between you and the remembrance of your father, for you will remember that his guiltless son, who did not die because he is immortal. And you will see, actually, there's like kind of like a based element in this, which is like, there's some aspects of A Course in Miracles that I agree with more than, quote, Orthodox Christianity.
Is there? I mean, their idea that Jesus didn't actually die, people just, there was like an illusion. Isn't that sort of like the Quran's version of like Jesus's?
That's an
ambiguous
one interpretation of what the Quran says. It's people have like sort of said it's similar to Docetism, like kind of in a way.
Is it he was never born, or
like
he was
that
he just sort of materialized?
Spirit. He was only a spiritual being, right? And like this kind of sharp distinction between his body and the body and spirit, right? And Jesus was a spiritual being, and his crucifixion was like illusory as part of Docetism. Some people compared that with the sort of teachings you eventually see developing in Islam, but like the Quran does say that he did not die. Like, he was not crucified, right? The interpretation of that, there's been a lot, to say that, like, he actually was not crucified, right? The person Jesus wasn't crucified. But, I think that...
Or that he wasn't killed by being crucified.
My personal feeling is that it says they did not kill him, they did not crucify him, right? And it's kind of about the haughtiness, actually, of, like, Jews in the original environment of the Quran. And they would actually kind of... The implication seems to be that they would sort of use that to, very, very big contrast. Might be hard to imagine this, but like, this is the 7th century Arabia, right? So it's kind of a different context. Like, modern day people hard typically imagining Jews saying this. Maybe in Israel, some of them, but certainly in an American context, like Jews like taunting Christians about how they killed Jesus,
we did it. We did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, so it seems
and so
kind of
he's
like
clapping back and saying, well, like you could interpret that as like, well, despite
to
your
heaven,
bragging, you actually didn't actually crucify him, which could mean like the Romans did or something else, like. Or some broader
that
thing
actually
about
is one interpretation too, but yeah, more kind of like
he chose to be crucified. Like
he was raised up to heaven. He's not really destroyed. Like you didn't really destroy him. That's
if you wrote he like rose from the dead, and therefore like so it could be interpreted as like sort of syncing up with the resurrection to some degree. So like therefore you didn't really crucify him because
one could read the Quran as like believing in the resurrection, I guess technically. I mean, I had to look at very carefully to see that really isn't addressed, but I think the idea is that he was raised like immediately. Generally, the teaching is that he was raised immediately, like afterwards, or that he wasn't. People even say that he wasn't even like on the cross; and it was just made to appear that way, right? But the Quran says it was made to appear that way to them, right? So people try to say like, oh, Jesus, like the historical record shows Jesus was crucified, so therefore like debunked. But that's the point. Obviously, is that like he appeared to be crucified, right? That was and the Quran is saying that this is not the case, right?
It was a hologram.
Exactly.
It was a divine
hologram. Any number of, but yeah, to
it not
was
get
away that, but yeah, I think
a based blue beam in a way.
Yeah, but yeah, Muslims don't believe in the resurrection. It's just like
right.
I think maybe technically some of these historical critical interpreters of the Quran who just look at the text in isolation outside of the sort of a broader tradition, like they might be able to come up with a way of saying that there's a resurrection because Jesus is referred to being raised alive and things like that, right? But I think the general understanding is that it means he was taken up to heaven separately from script. But anyway, that aside, so on that level I definitely think I agree with this sort of the emphasis on the all that stuff about how God had to kill his son in order to forgive humanity, right? I've never found that no offense Christians,
No, honestly, that's always been like it's such a central doctrine to like all Christianity, but it does like it doesn't really like it's weird. It's weird. Like I guess the other interpretation of this is sort of like a moral lesson of like you killed God, like wow, but then he he confirmed that he was God and like kind of clowned on all of you after the fact and blah blah blah, and this is like a lesson to humanity to like but I mean that's not really what Christians like promote. It's like this like animal sacrifice, like allegorical the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. I've never the function of that doesn't quite like click with my brain or I don't know, my soul that like some ontological rule was fulfilled which like let all of humanity off the hook, or like opened up this new like doorway to heaven that like previously hadn't existed because like God had to like let his son be killed.
Right. It does it. Yeah. Like the wages of sinner is death. And, God, that's a rule that God set that God is constrained by in some way.
Right. Like why is God constrained by this rule where he can only do it through this trick?
Right.
This one neat
that's
trick.
What we believe in Islam, that Adam, like God forgave Adam, like immediately. Once Adam, asked for forgiveness, God granted it.
I see.
And like there is no original sin. So that, there you go. That like whole big problem. It doesn't. Yeah, it's a big issue. But to be fair to Christians, or to maybe not to Orthodox Christianity, but to the Christian tradition, that kind of is like the origin of the term Gnostic, is the idea that like kind of what you just said, that like why it's called Gnostic. Like nowadays when people think of Gnosticism, they think of like this belief that is associated with the traditions that are like broadly called Gnostic, which again is a construct, But people think of the idea that the world's created by a demiurge, that Satan basically is the creator of the world, and like the world is like fundamentally fallen, doesn't have anything to do with God, and this is a dark and evil place we need to emerge from. People think about that, but I think the reason why it was termed Gnostic is because of the emphasis on the teachings of Jesus, right, and not on the
Yeah.
sacrifice of Jesus, right? That's what the contrast that they were drawing, right? I don't even know if that like really should be the salient way to identify, like to talk about some of that material. I feel like it's, the boundaries of these things are kind of artificial and porous in a way, right? It's just like it's after the fact, right? We're talking about material that is from before really the Christian orthodoxy had fully cemented. So
Yeah, the first few centuries of
exactly. So to
after
say
Jesus
like,
died.
oh, it was heretical, oh, it was Gnostic, whereas like as opposed to normal Christianity, there wasn't a normal Christianity that was
Until
not
like
Gnostic at that time.
I forget
right?
where like 300s or even early 400s. Was it in Constantinople, or I mean, obviously after the Roman Empire sort of like converted over, but I mean that was like 300 years after, and
Yeah,
there
it
were all
was
these
much,
different
much
communities
later,
around
yeah.
the Mediterranean that like had sometimes based on their texts, it would almost seem like some pretty wildly different kind of interpretations of Jesus, and a lot of those texts do focus almost entirely on like his very esoteric teachings that are kind of hard. They don't often have a ton of context as much as like the synoptic gospels that were picked. Like the Gospel of Thomas is kind of like trippy and like seemingly contradictory, but it's like he's making some kind of point, like by being contradictory, that is like, you need to love your parents, also you need to like kill your parents, like and follow me instead, or something like that. Like he drops a lot of like, surely there are a few of you who will understand this banger, and then drop something like very kind of like heady and like allegorical, and I took a class on that in college where we kind of studied the Gnostic Gospels alongside like the official ones, and looked at it kind of as like literature, and like what can you find out, what knowledge can you actually glean about like what these people really believed in and stuff like that, and which texts influenced what. And it's still kind of a guessing game. There's that mythical Q text that a lot of academics like think existed,
the Q source.
It's
speculated, like
it's speculated.
On, like,
my
the
professor
sort of
was pretty
features.
sold on it, but
and
even Elaine Pagels, who's like one of the biggest scholars of I don't know if we had like brought this up before, but I noticed it going through the Epstein files, was that her books were like assigned to me in that class. I think she had like The Origin of Satan, and then like the Gnostic Gospels was like her big text about what these texts like said and everything. And she's like kind of a pop academic like author, but I think she and her husband were like very tightly involved with like the Edge Foundation and the Reality Club before that, going back with John Brockman and, that whole gang of people. And I think the Pagels, they might have been involved with like the Santa Fe Institute. A lot of it, it's just interesting. Like they're like she's like the expert on like Gnostic Christianity and like this kind of like esoteric tradition about which like not too much is known. And then she's hanging out with like I don't know if she ever went to like the Temple Island or whatever, but they were in that milieu. It seemed like some people in like the Epstein Edge milieu were interested in the Gnostic, Gnostic
definitely.
shit. I forget what her husband.
I mean, it is like
did,
fascinating because it has that sense of being like kind of hidden or mysterious knowledge, right? That like people don't. And I mean, part of it is like that. Like, I mean, Ken Wapnick himself like drew like a direct parallel. Like, and he wrote a book, "Love Does Not Condemn." Right, that basically compares, right? And this is like a guy who like he was kind of interesting in himself. Like he was Jewish, but he like was going to become a Trappist monk, and then
right.
He met like Helen and Bill, and he got like pulled further back into just like always being like kind of like being their acolyte more or less. Like he wrote this book like basically totally like comparing like directly like the Gnostic Christianity and sort of Neoplatonism more broadly, and also like the like the actual classical Greek tradition with the Course in Miracles. I'm trying to find a representative part here. I had highlighted one. Hold on, let me see if I can go to my notes. Where did I put it? No, it's not there. Sorry. I didn't have it open. Sorry. It,
Maybe
yeah.
I read this paragraph about Ken Wapnick because he's important.
Mm-hmm.
In this Harper's article where she kind of describes them, him coming into their life. And she says that Ken first appeared on the scene in 1972 after Bill read an academic paper that Ken had published about the links between mysticism and schizophrenia. He was excited to have finally found a psychologist, quote, who took the mystical experience seriously, and a mutual friend arranged for Bill and Helen to meet him. Ken was a slender, dark-haired, bespectacled man with a receding hairline and dimples. After receiving his PhD, he'd taken a job as the assistant chief psychologist at a psychiatric hospital, but before accepting the position, he'd had a spiritual awakening and eventually decided to leave the hospital and become a Trappist monk, though he'd been raised Jewish. After 5 months at 2 different monasteries in Israel, it's a funny place to go for a Trappist monk, but
they had a lot of travels in Israel, actually.
Okay.
All of them did.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a whole part in Ken Wapnick's biography of Helen, and there's there's a great anecdote that I want to read later about their travels there. But anyway,
So after he'd spent time at monasteries in Israel, he found that he was still thinking about that meeting he'd had with Helen and Bill. So Ken returned to New York and went to see Helen. At her suggestion, he read 2 sections of the course, and afterward he told her, quote, "It's the first thing I've read that is as beautiful as Shakespeare, but it says something." I don't know. That's like a weird sentence. What, is he implying that Shakespeare is like beautiful but doesn't say anything? But it says something?
Yeah.
Like, it's the first thing I've read that is as beautiful as Shakespeare, but it says something. Like, I don't know.
think that, he's saying that it has like this very profound spiritual message that Shakespeare doesn't have. Of course, people have seen that in Shakespeare as well.
Right. Yeah. But I guess he had the spiritual nature. So
yeah, it's not like as explicit, I guess. You kind of have to read into Shakespeare to make it into a spiritual text or scriptural text.
Yeah. But anyways, so he changed his path one last time and spent over a year helping Helen prepare the manuscript for publication. Later, he would become one of the book's most important teachers, even opening a course learning center with his second wife. This journalist went to interview, I think, Tam, who was the child of his second wife. What was her name? It was let me go up here. Sorry. It was Tam. Oh, Tam was the daughter of Judith Scutch Whitson.
She was the contact,
These people also do get involved. I want to clock this before we talk more about Wapnick. It was Tam Morgan, who's the current publisher of Course of Miracles at the Foundation for Inner Peace outside of San Francisco. Tam had inherited the role of publisher from her mother, Judith Scutch Whitson. She and her second husband had founded the Foundation for Parasensory Investigation in 1972, after Judith thought she detected psychic abilities in her young daughter, Tam. Okay, a few years later, Judith met Helen and Bill through a friend. Helen liked Judith. She was a crop-haired beauty with the smile of a pageant winner, and she offered to let her read the unpublished pages of the course, which until then few had seen. Captivated, Judith asked Helen if she could publish it. Helen was unsure. To be safe, she and Bill and Judith consulted The Voice, which gave its blessing. The Scutches renamed their organization the Foundation for Inner Peace. Bill and Helen were uncomfortable with the word parasensory and began devoting themselves exclusively to the course. Judith, a born networker, spent over a year promoting the book around the world, and word of it soon began to spread, despite the publishers doing very little advertising. So, yeah, that's another couple that kind of comes in and they create a kind of foursome that... and then I think Wapnick around also the same time kind of comes in. So maybe a fivesome. But they become kind of the core crew that like decide to actually publish this and take it out of there. But yeah.
Sorry, I'm still looking for this part that I had flagged earlier. I think I like maybe forgot to take it down. Hold on. I think if I just do like a Control F, I might be able to find it. Okay. So this is like some of his discussion of, like the Platonic philosophers and of Course in Miracles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. I'll step away for just one
So this
second
is
and start reading.
on the origin and the nature of the world.
Okay.
In their views on the origin and the nature of the world, we find one of the crucial areas of difference between the Gnostics and not only the Christian Orthodoxy, but the world of late antiquity as well. The nature of the world, of course, remains the principal area of agreement between the Gnostics and A Course in Miracles. Boltzmann has written, in Greek Gnosticism, it is true, the outward form of the Greek view of the universe is retained. It is still thought of as a harmonious structure, as a unity of law and order. But it is just the cosmos so conceived which undergoes a radical depreciation. Its very law and order are now the source of its terror. This harmony is a prison. The stars, whose brilliant luster and orderly movement were once contemplated as symbols of the divine nature, now they become satanic powers, in whose prisons the sparks of light are bound. The separation between God and the world has become complete. God's transcendence is conceived in radical terms, and therefore eludes all definition. His transcendence is purely negative. He is not the world being deprived of all divinity. Again, he's interpreting this through, like, these, like, scholars of this, right, which, who knows, like, what the quality of these secondary sources is. Since it is in the ambivalent view of the world, the Platonic tradition provides both the greatest influence on Gnostic thought as well as the greatest divergence. We begin this chapter by a full-scale discussion of this tradition, beginning with Plato. We place special emphasis on Plotinus, whose passionate rage was ignited by the Gnostic teachings that threatened his students. I'm going to skip down, actually, to the Plotinus part. He talks about origin here, et cetera, et cetera. In discussing Plotinus, we find perhaps the clearest expression of the paradox, the world as good and evil. Let us begin Plotinus' cosmogony by briefly reviewing the three hypostases that were discussed in part 1. One is the ultimate source, undifferentiated and unknowable, from which proceeds the mind, sometimes translated as intelligence. Some of the great Plotinus scholars have been French, and there is no French word for mind, which is, it is within the mind that, what? There's no French word for mind? All right. It is within the mind that the productive, like, I can't, like, I think of it what it is right now, but there's really no French word for mind. It is within the mind that the productive or creative ability rests, although the one is the source of it. Within the mind is found all being, yet distinct yet totally unified. From the mind comes the soul, wherein distinct being is no longer unified. Through the process of emanation, being is ultimately dispersed into uniform matter, resulting in the material or sensible world. Each idea in the mind is its reflection in the physical realm. And in each and every thing there is some one to which you will trace it back, and beyond each one is intellect, the most beautiful of all. This beautiful universe of ours is a shadow and an image of it, and it lives a blessed life. Beyond this is an even greater being, the absolute one. As certainly one who looks up to the sky and sees the light of the stars thinks of their maker and seeks him. So the man who has contemplated the intelligent world and observed it closely and wondered at it must seek its maker too, and inquire who it is who has brought into being something like this, and how he who produces sun-like intellect, a beautiful boy full of himself. Unable to find help in his revered Plato, whose explanation, as we have seen, is far from rational, Plotinus resorted to descriptions himself, images that also conceal the reality behind their material reference and do not provide any more rationality as to why. Plotinus writes, "Think of a spring, which has no other origin, but gives the whole of itself to rivers, and is not used up by the rivers, but remains itself as rest. But the rivers that rise from it, before each of them flows in a different direction, remain for a while altogether, though each of them knows, in a way, the direction in which it is going to let its stream flow." The spring represents the underlying unmoving principle, and individual things proceed from this principle while it remains within. Blah, blah, all that Plotinus could do, again, was confine his soaring vision to descriptions that in turn, this is what happening again, bound him to the paradox we have already observed of having the gross material world ultimately derived from the perfect and differentiated one. The process is a continuously devolving one, wherein the pure spirituality of the one is inexorably diluted and dissipated in its downward emanation, its spiritual power weakening until the dynamic reaches its bottom, effete matter. The process is non-reflective on the part of the one in mind, unlike Plato's demiurge craftsman who is depicted in the Timaeus as consciously deciding to form the material world, much as an Athenian artisan fashions his work. In summary, then, the intelligent world at best is a reflection of the divine beings found within the mind. At worst, it is the corruption of the spirituality of these beings. It is this best and worst that we turn to now, highlighting again the paradox inherent in Plotinus' thought, as in fact in all of Platonism. The paradox is seen in the dual function that is assigned to the soul, what Brehier has termed the organizing force of bodies and the seat of destiny. The first is part of the normal emanation proceeding from the one, abstract and neutral. The second is the soul's fall by attaching itself through attraction and desire to the body. This unnatural state can only be corrected through escaping from the prison that is the body. Plotinus's challenge was to reconcile the natural process of emanation with the soul's prideful tendency towards evil that causes it to hurtle itself into gross materiality, the cause of all misery. It somehow appears that the soul has done more than it was supposed to do. If we look at the process sequentially, we can ascertain three aspects of the soul. The soul's loftier third remains in its source, the mind. The lower third is reflected in the matter, and the end product is the natural and inevitable emanation. And the middle third remains between the two. The middle is the crucial seat of destiny, wherein the choice to descend into matter occurs as the soul is attracted, like Narcissus, to its image as reflected in the material. So then he kind of, goes on and talks about this problem of, and how the Course of Miracles sort of solves it.
Breaks you out of Plato's cave.
Yeah.
Okay.
He mentions actually, so this is from his part on duality and non-duality.
Okay.
Dualism is essentially a primitive and less sophisticated thought system than its non-dualistic counterpart, despite its most complete emergence in Mani a century later than Valentinus. It has several modes of expression, all of which reflect its essential duality of pre-existing forces of good and evil, light and darkness. Zoroastrian dualism found its most pronounced and influential expression in the system of Mani, which gave rise to the religion that bore his name, Manichaeism. This is the foundation of Mani's system, and despite many different accounts of his teaching, this dualism remains constant throughout. Here, in a passage taken from what appears to be Mani's own words to a disciple in the Epistola Fundamenti, what appears to be his own words, we read one of its clearest statements. These in the primeval beginning were two substances separated from one another. God the Father ruled over light, eternal in his holy descendants, glorious in his power, by nature true, forever rejoicing over his eternity. In himself he contained wisdom and the living forces of the Spirit, by which he also embraces the 12 members of his light, which are the abounding riches of his rule. In each of his members, however, thousands of countless and immeasurable treasures are concealed. The Father himself, exalted in his glory and incomprehensible in his greatness, had joined with himself blessed and illustrious aeons, whose number and extent cannot be estimated. Near the one section, but on the one side of that elevated and holy land, was situated the land of darkness, deep and of immeasurable extent. In it resided fiery bodies, baneful breeds. Here, out of the same principle, came a boundless and incalculable darkness, together with its abortions. On the other side of the darkness lay filthy, whirling waters with their inhabitants. Next follows another fiery region, prey to destruction, with its leaders and peoples. In the same way, there lived inside it a breed filled with dark and smoke, in which the horrible ruler and leader of all these worlds dwelt, who had congregated around himself innumerable princes, the origin and spirit of all of whom he himself, and these were the 5 natures of the corruption-bearing land. From the Manichaean Psalms, composed within a century of Mani's death, we read from the Psalms of Thomas, "When the Holy Spirit came, he revealed to us the way of truth and taught us that there are 2 natures, that of light and that of darkness, separate one from the other from the beginning. The kingdom of light on one hand consisted of 5 greatnesses, and they are the Father and his 12 aeons and the aeons of the aeons, the living air, the land of light, the great spirit breathing in them, nourishing them with his light. The kingdom of darkness consists of 5 storehouses, which are smoke and fire and wind and water and darkness, their counsel creeping in from them, moving them, and inciting them to make war with one another." Central to his teaching is the identification of the evil darkness with materiality, where the Persian and Arabic Manichaean sources personify darkness, Ar-Rahman, and again, this shows his lack of scholarship, because he is talking about Arabic Manichaean sources. These are so far after the fact, right? And obviously are going to be inflected by the way that people see that Mani after Islam, right? And Ar-Rahman is called Iblis in these texts, and he's like, Iblis, the ancient Arabic name for Ar-Rahman. No, it's what Muslims identified him with, the devil, right?
Right.
The Greek sources use the word highly, which means matter. It is this word that is found in the Syriac, Christian, and Coptic writings, and evil was certainly rendered this way by Mani himself. Thus, we are speaking not only of an abstract philosophic concept, but an active principle coexistent with God. The darkness has powers, movements, and striving of its own, which differ from those of God only by being evil. Some Manichaean sources teach the devil was created out of pre-existing elements of the darkness. As an example of this, Jonas quotes an early 7th century Christian formula that opposed this heresy to the Christian teaching that Satan originally was created a good angel by God and changed afterwards by his own perversity. These two co-eternal states exist side by side, though separate and disconnected. The light, for its part, wants nothing to do with the darkness, being content to let it be itself. It is indifferent to the darkness's raging and tormented turbulence. In the following chapter, we shall return to this point in the Manichaean myth and consider the succeeding stages in its development. And he goes on about the problem of duality, and then he compares this with non-duality. I'll just read some of the examples he gives, like the pseudo-Dionysus, in quotation. To the supreme height of mystical writings, which is beyond what is known, where the mysteries of theology, simple, unconditional, invariable, are laid bare in a darkness of silence beyond the light. It is necessary to renounce both sense and all the workings of reason, everything which may be known by the senses or the understanding, both that which is and all that is not, in order to be able to attain in perfect ignorance to union with him, who transcends all being and all knowledge. One must abandon all that is impure and even all that is pure. It is only thus that one may penetrate to the darkness wherein he, who is beyond all created things, makes his dwelling. Typical apophaticism. He kind of goes on about this. He quotes the Apocryphon of John. The monad is a monarchy, who exists as God and Father of everything. He did not lack anything that he might be completed by it, but at all times he is completely perfect in light. He is illimitable because there is no one prior to him to limit him. He is unsearchable because there exists no one prior to him to examine him. He is immeasurable because there was no one prior to him to measure him. He is invisible because no one saw him. He is eternal who exists eternally. He is ineffable because no one could comprehend him to speak about him. He is unnameable because there is no one prior to him to name him. He is the immeasurable light which is pure, holy, immaculate. He is ineffable, being perfect in imperishability, not in perfection, nor in blessedness, nor in divinity, but being far superior. He is not corporal nor incorporeal. He is not great and not small. It is not possible to say what is his quantity, what is his quality, for no one can know him. He is not one of the existing ones, but is far superior. For the perfect one is majestic. He is pure and immeasurable greatness. He is an aeon-giving aeon, life-giving life, a blessedness-giving blessed one, knowledge-giving knowledge, goodness-giving goodness, mercy and redemption-giving mercy, grace-giving grace, not because he possesses it, but because he gives immeasurable and incomprehensible light. Shall I speak with you about him? His aeon is indestructible, at rest and being in silence, reposing and being prior to everything. He is the head of all the aeons, and it is he who gives them strength through his goodness. And he kind of reacts to this, talking about different aspects of duality and non-duality, the pleroma. But he says, we may understand that the pre-separation state in two ways: duality versus non-duality. The former position holds a coexisting light and darkness, good and evil, while the latter monistically speaks only of one principle of light, good, or God. To the former category belongs ancient Zoroastrianism, reformulated by Mandaeanism and Manichaeanism, while the latter are found to be the majority of the Gnostic systems and Neoplatonists. It has also been observed that the monistic, if not apophatic, position was very similar to that of the traditional Christian mystics. We shall see in the next chapter, however, that what appears in Christianity on one level to be a strictly monistic view of God and heaven is really closer to the dualistic systems we have considered. This dualism emerges when we enter the next stage of our story, the fall or separation from God. So basically,
like God, by having like the God versus Satan thing, their Christianity, I would assume that that's probably what he's going to argue, that they've sort of adopted a dualistic like structure of despite it's kind of seeming like God is the creator of everything.
Yeah, clearly before the fall of the light into the darkness, the existence of darkness is presupposed, although the darkness comes after the light. Where does the darkness originate? Pomadra's answer is from the will of God, reflecting our non-dualistic view, of which the Valentinian is the chief representative. We also find the strong influence of the Judeo-Christian biblical dualism that sees the will of God stirred upon the elements, bringing order out of chaos. Still later in discussion, we see the practical importance of these apparently abstract and erudite distinctions. Basically, not necessarily just God, the devil, but, he's kind of talking about this problem where like, God basically has to be considered the creator of these things, right? Um, he says the creation story is understood by Judeo-Christian theology does not go into the origins of the devil or evil at all. He is accepted as already being in existence. Adam, the first man, has before him the possibility, therefore, of choosing one or the other, as both potentials coexist in his mind. As with the rebellion of Lucifer, no explanation is ever truly offered as to why Adam chose to trust the offering of the serpent as opposed to that of God, other than describing in mythological terms that it did happen. Different means of description have been variously set forth to explain the fall, as for example, the traditional view of human pride or the Augustinian notion of concupiscence, sexuality. None of these explanations, however, goes beyond the post hoc descriptions for something that has already happened without explanation. For all intents and purposes, therefore, good and evil are ontological coexisting realities personified in the persons of God and the serpent devil. So yeah, that's kind of similar to what you said. Yeah, like that. He thinks like evil ontologically exists and like does not. But my feeling is that then later on in his chapter on A Course in Miracles, he basically says that I just want to read the very beginning of that because you really do see like the problem with it when he kind of lays it out, right? He says, the metaphysics of A Course in Miracles is non-dualistic, which, as discussed in Chapter 4, expresses one pre-existent state, that of God. Moreover, the course belongs from the same Syrian-Egyptian school of Gnosticism that Hans Jonas defined. This brand of non-dualism held that only God is truth, and therefore we can extrapolate that only God is real. So the Gnostic non-dualist, the imperfection of separation that arises, the course would say appeared to arise, is present within the Godhead itself, i.e. is not due to an external force. As we have briefly noted in earlier chapters, the course's insistence on the illusory, dreamlike nature of this imperfect thought was prefigured in the work of Valentinus and his school. We shall explore the course's metaphysical treatment of the illusory world in the following 3 chapters. So he says here, the central philosophical problem. The course does not speculate about how or why this imperfection arose, agonizing over it as in Plotinus, for example, although it does address the issue, as we shall see below, right? That is the coming into existence of imperfection. How does this happen?
Yeah.
The course simply teaches that into the heavenly world of perfect creation, it appeared as though the impossible occurred. At some point, the course teaches never really happened. The thought of separation arose within the mind of God's Son. Into the perfect unity of heaven, there entered this one insane thought wherein God's Son decided to be different from his Father and to establish a will and self independent of him. This tiny mad idea is a thought of separation. This fundamental unreality of this thought is what marks the uniqueness of A Course in Miracles' contribution to the problem of the God-world paradox and its resolution. From this basic premise, it draws out, in rigorous logic, a thought system that embraces every aspect of our physical universe, from its inception to our everyday individual experience, explaining how the initial illusory thought of separation fragmented into an illusory world that has never left its source. The Course's approach to understanding the separation is what provides its power in correcting the error that gave rise to the world as we know and experience it. In other words, the basic unreality of the thought of separation carries with it the seeds of salvation from this thought. The chapters to come will explore this in more depth. So basically, yeah. Oh, sorry.
He's claiming that like that as part of the tiny mad idea was like the misperception of Jesus as being somebody who like rebelled against his father and established something different.
Well, the Son of God is like Jesus is a person.
I guess
and, like,
everybody's the Son of God,
but everyone's the Son of God. Yeah, exactly. So like we all are kind of like one, and we all are kind of the Son of God, but we're also like God Himself, right? It's like kind of he like I mean I could like
yeah I do want to get to the social history of a little back to because like because like what when we get to debunking it might like he's saying a lot of stuff but yeah I mean it's interesting like they're claiming to be
well, where does the thought come from like,
right where does the idea to like to think where does the idea to have an illusion come from?
Into eternity where all is one, there crept a tiny mad idea at which the Son of God, so all is one, and into absolute oneness there crept a tiny mad idea.
Right.
That to me is almost worse than like saying that God willed like evil for some higher purpose. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like
right.
apparent evil, right?
It's much more
Or
strange and like not it's not very satisfying of an answer if somehow this idea crept in and it's like the one thing that we perceive like fucks up everything about our lives, but it's actually not even real.
It is like kind of anthropomorphizing, and it's basically like a way of it's like applying psychoanalysis to like in sort of imagining yourself as God. It's sort of making like it's kind of imagining that God has like an unconscious basically.
It's like
right?
putting God on the couch a little bit, you know, and analyzing him.
And somehow God ended up with this like, fantasy, right? Somehow God ended up with like, this whole elaborate fantasy that, he needs to be put on the couch and like disabused of this, right? And he is, he being us, right?
Yeah.
So that we can get rid of this illusion of separation.
It's very kind of, it makes your head spin a little bit. And it's interesting but odd. Maybe I do kind of want to read a little more because this is going to take us to maybe some of the critical pay dirt about the background of some of these people. In the Harper's article, this journalist is talking about hanging out with Tam, who's the daughter of the people that ended up publishing this book and whatever, and she's interviewing her about her experiences with Helen and Bill. So Tam was a teenager when she first met Helen. Quote from Tam: "Even though Helen had an almost heavy New York Jew accent, Tam's family was also Jewish. Her demeanor was very British, like little white gloves, sitting very, very properly. She was so bright. She had some very strong judgments and belief systems that were extremely critical. My mother introduced her to so many people, and Helen was the queen, and she seemed to really like that, being treated as the queen. But she didn't want to be worshipped for the book," Tam told me. Quote, "She had no desire to actually practice the course. It was uncomfortable for her. She didn't want to be known for it. She didn't want to be idolized for it. None of that. That was not her ego identification. Her ego identification was a fabulous child psychologist, fabulous intellect, colleague, and all the things that she did so well. She didn't want people thinking she was nuts. When I asked Tam what the essence of the course was for her, she said it was about, quote, changing your perceptions from fear to love, and even more, a very strange form of forgiveness. Quote, it's not, I forgive you for what you did. It's, I realize you never did anything. That this, reality, is a dream. Okay. Tam described Bill as a very attractive man, lovely, funny, bright man. He and Helen were frequent guests in her parents' house, and Tam recalled they couldn't get away from each other. What's the word I'm thinking of? Inextricable. Bill had a home in Fire Island, and he had an extra room built for Helen and her husband. And yet, as she said to my mother, I would have left my husband in a second. But that wasn't Bill's proclivity. But he deeply admired and respected Helen tremendously. When Helen started to have these psychic experiences, she didn't wake up her husband. She woke up Bill in the middle of the night. As I see it, from a psychological vantage point, the spirit used being in love with Bill to create this special relationship of secrecy that a private affair would have had. She didn't talk to Lewis about the course. Tam's main contribution to the life of the course was her involvement in the decision to formally permit translations, Helen said, over my dead body, and it was her dead body. It felt like people needed it. They were translating it anyway. Helen disliked the idea of translations because, and this is interesting, going back to your iambic thing note earlier, she didn't like translations because, as Tam explained, she really cared about the tone of it, the symphony of it. I liken it to the Kabbalah, where each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has a resonant sound that goes into your soul and lights up something in there. It's not like she never heard words or anything like that, but it was much more a vibration that she interpreted. That's interesting. That would change it in a different language, right? Maybe
definitely.
The iambic flow of it.
Totally, yeah. It's clearly there, like not in all of it, but in a lot of like sections. They're like fully in iambic pentameter, or iambic. Yeah. Yeah.
So she goes on, and remember, Tam told me, Helen never called the voice Jesus. She called it the voice. I found this surprising, since nearly all course materials say the voice she channeled was that of Jesus of Nazareth, an idea that had appealed to me, that the spirit of Jesus would choose a middle-aged, secular, Jewish, mid-century female psychologist to speak through. I asked her, then why do you think she identified the voice as Jesus at some point? Tam says, because she asked. And the journalist says, who are you? And it said, Jesus. Yeah, it identified to her as Jesus. After several hours of talking, Tam took me into the kitchen where she encouraged me to try a miracle berry, a treat she had just discovered. She watched with anticipation as I tentatively took it in my mouth, then gave me a slice of lemon and scrutinized me as I sucked it. When I expressed surprise that the lemon wasn't bitter, she announced triumphantly, it turns everything sour sweet. She gave me 2 more berries, 3 in total, like in a fable. Then she walked me out to the door to my car and sent me on my way up to a nearby peak that she wanted me to visit with the most beautiful views of San Francisco and the sea. So anyways, she goes on to kind of say, she starts to look more and discover some things. So returning home, I felt more confused than before, and even further from understanding how this book had actually been written. Then I discovered that an unedited version of the course, which included Helen's shorthand notes, had been taken and leaked on the internet. Although the official story was that Helen and Bill had only made minimal edits, the so-called urtext revealed that significant cuts had been made to the first 5 chapters. The publishers responded to the controversy by conceding that while some cuts had been made, they were insignificant. Helen's biographer used the analogy of an unused tap. When water first flows from a rusty tap, at first it's contaminated, but then it runs clear. It was the same thing here. In the beginning, Helen's channel to Jesus was rusty, but eventually the text ran clear. No edits were needed. I was excited to compare the 2 versions. I know one of the purposes of editing, to shave away what is inconvenient about a text, often the author's motivations for writing it, and tame unconscious tendrils, hiding its often banal or embarrassing origins. I found the differences quite significant. While the official course seems to be speaking to a universal audience, the unedited text sounds more like a direct address to Helen and Bill. It deals with pettier matters, name-checks their colleagues, delves into their personal psychologies, refers to trivial incidents in their daily lives, such as whether Helen was justified in snapping at Lewis. One of my favorite sections of the excise text is this one, in which Jesus helps Helen buy a winter coat. Quote from the voice, "The reason I direct everything that is unimportant is because it is no way to waste your free will. You have to remember to ask me to take charge of all minutiae, and it will be taken care of so well and so quickly that you cannot bog down in it. Prayer can be very specific in little matters. If you need a coat, ask me where to find one. I know your taste well, and I also know where the coat is that you would eventually buy anyway." This sounds like an AI, like talking to ChatGPT or something. "If you don't like the coat afterwards, that is what would have happened anyway. You said you wanted something warm, inexpensive, and capable of taking rough wear. I told you you could get a Borgana, but I let you get a better one because the Fourier needed you. I cannot save you more time than you will let me, but if you're willing to try the higher service, capitalized, which also covers all lower order necessities and even quite a number of whims within reason, I have very good use for the time we could save." It's like if you want to upgrade to the premium plan. So then Kenneth Wapnick.
Yeah, what is the higher service?
I don't know.
Is it some kind of arrangement with the voice, or is it like a coat related thing? It's unclear.
Like he's offering more services for more voice interjections to help her with daily tasks. So Wapnick, who was, wrote her biography, wrote about her shopping mania. "We would walk down Fifth Avenue, starting at Lord & Taylor's, covering all the shoe stores till we hit 34th Street, where she would often buy shoes that didn't fit, thereby necessitating yet another trip to exchange them. Ken found it frustrating that Helen often refused to ask for Jesus' help. If she had, the time they spent on Fifth Avenue would have been greatly diminished. This way of wasting time was, for Ken, indicative of Helen's use of shopping to defend against Jesus and the more important tasks he would have her do. Shopping was a masterful defense, for it almost totally preoccupied Helen, succeeding in its purpose of keeping Jesus safely away from her attention. When Jesus and Helen were in sync, however, and it was time for fun again, Ken could see that, quote, it meant a great deal to her that she experienced Jesus accompanying her as she shopped. I've read the part about Ken already. and him coming into the scene, I think in 1972. Tam says, still fascinated by what she witnessed in her childhood home, described the dynamic among the four key players, Helen, Bill, Judith, and Ken, this way. Ken was 100% doting on Helen. Talk about devotional love, totally doting on Helen. And she'd go, "Oh, Kenny, you're such a good boy," and then she'd shoot a dagger at Bill. Or she'd argue about something with Bill and get Ken to come and agree with her. And so by the time my mother came in, that dynamic, their little holy trinity, needed a fourth, and it compelled my mother to take care of Bill. It was amazing to see Helen and Bill bickering. Ken wasn't bickering, he was just placating. But Helen could create a bicker in a room well. When the arguing stopped, however, in those early days when they all still practiced the workbook together, it was totally different. Helen became a very different person when she was expressing the course or listening. Another interesting focus of the unedited manuscript was its commentaries on Helen and Bill's relationship. One excised passage acknowledges that Bill is more prone to irritation, while you, Helen, are more vulnerable to rage. It tells her to assure Bill that everybody makes mistakes and advises him to see his errors as completely trivial. Meanwhile, Helen is told, "Don't worry about your autism. It's just a misused talent, which you really need. You have to tune out this world to see another." Elsewhere, the voice intercedes in their relationship, reproaching them for misunderstanding their sex lives as, quote, "a way of establishing human contract for yourselves rather than for making children." A Course in Miracles puts a lot of emphasis on what it calls the special relationship, pretty much any exclusive or intimate connection, which the preface describes as destructive, selfish, and childishly egocentric. Yet, if such a dynamic is given to the Holy Spirit, these relationships can become the holiest things on earth. I imagined Helen telling herself that if she could keep sublimating her passion for Bill into something given to the Holy Spirit, like the Course, maybe her attachment to him wouldn't be so destructive, selfish, and childishly egocentric. In some passages, it's hard not to see the manipulations and longings of a heterosexual woman hopelessly in love with a gay man. Quote, this is, one passage from The Voice. Tell Bill that homosex is sinful only to the extent that it is based on the principle of exclusion. Everybody should love everybody. It is wrong to deny the beauty of some souls because of body structures of which you are afraid. You were right in telling Bill to invite me to enter anywhere temptation arises. I will change the situation from one of inappropriate sexual attraction to one of impersonal miracle working. I begin to wonder if the Course is partly a way for Helen to talk to Bill about her feelings through a voice she didn't have to claim. In Absence from Felicity, Ken writes about how once, when Helen avoided her scribing duties for an entire month, she became so sick and depressed that Lewis, always supportive, though deliberately uninvolved with what was happening, said to her, "Why don't you go back to what you were doing? You always seem to feel better when you do it." The first time I read this, it seemed to confirm something I've always known, that one feels better when one works, and it's all too easy not to. Yet now I wondered if it was possible that Helen felt happier when she was working on the book because it meant spending more time with Bill. Could that have been why, a few months after declaring the text finished, she announced the second volume was coming? Maybe the project all along had primarily been a way of creating a special bond between her and Bill, pretending to be too upset to type it, requiring his encouragement, formulating passages to address problems he'd been having with his sexuality and life, including his unhappiness at their dreaded staff meetings. I too have started projects to get closer to people I like, and there are all sorts of gifts of love. Was Helen channeling everything she knew as a psychologist and a woman into this book to help her beloved Bill and to gratify herself with his nearness? When I first started reading the Course, I had marveled enviously at how Helen had produced such a steady flow of words for years on end. Yet now I felt it would be pretty easy to call forth an endless stream of poetic jib-jab if it helped you keep the man you loved close. Even I could do that. Then this incident is like interesting. She says, at this point in my research, the stories Ken told in his biography of Helen started to seem more suspect. Someone who would later make his living from teaching the Course and selling his own tapes, lectures, and videos would have obvious mercenary reasons to construct the story of Helen as a true, reluctant priestess, the project as foreordained, and Jesus as the book's authentic voice. In his book, Ken described the months leading up to the scribing as full of signs pointing Helen in the direction of her task, dreams featuring disturbing, seemingly past-life scenes of power struggles between her and Bill, and even paranormal occurrences, one of which apparently took place during a work trip to the Mayo Clinic. The night before Helen and Bill left for Minnesota, Helen had a vision of a church with turrets and towers, which she suspected was Lutheran, and which she described in detail for Bill. She was convinced they would see it from the plane as they flew into Rochester. When they saw no such church, Helen became so upset that Bill drove her around the city to visit some 25 churches, but none of them resembled the one from her vision. The next day, before they returned to New York, Bill remembers waiting for Helen in the hotel lobby when he spotted a booklet titled History of the Mayo Clinic. Flipping through it, he saw a picture of Helen's church, exactly as she had described it. It had been demolished, and the present Mayo Clinic had been built in its place. Whoa. When Helen entered the lobby, Bill showed her the pamphlet saying, "Helen, you really weren't out of your mind after all. Your church was there, but it's no longer around. When you thought you were looking down on it as from an airplane, you were really looking back through time." Helen grew very emotional at this revelation. A few hours later, during a layover in Chicago, Helen noticed a young woman in distress. Helen approached her and learned that she had just left her husband and children. She and Bill arranged for her to sit between them on the plane. On the flight home, they asked where she was planning to stay in New York. She replied that she supposed she'd contact a Lutheran church and ask them for help. Bill recalled that he and Helen exchanged glances. The message was clear to both of us. Then Helen heard an inner voice saying, "And this is my true church, helping your brother who is in need, not the edifice you saw before." Wow. According to Ken, the trip was a turning point in Helen's confidence in her visionary powers, allowing her weeks later to accept the task of scribing the book. It also convinced Bill of her great specialness. As he put it, quote, "If it had not been for the many extraordinary experiences that occurred during the summer of 1965, neither Helen nor I would have been willing to accept the material she scribed." And then this story takes a very interesting turn right about now that some of you might see coming. I sympathize with some of this. When one's deep in the writing of a book, the whole world can feel meaningful, divinely patterned and plotted. But I found the Mayo story a little too neat. Turning my mind to Bill, I remembered a detail I had come across. Apparently, he had been employed briefly by the CIA, a fact that most course devotees were either unaware of or downplayed. So, okay, let's go. As I dug deeper, strange patterns began to emerge. I discovered that, from early in his career, Bill often ended up in positions of influence without the necessary qualifications, and many of his professional leaps had an "aw shucks, how did I find myself here" sort of quality, as if he fell backward into his path. I began to wonder if any of his unlikely promotions had been CIA machinations. Bill worked as a TA for the famed mid-century psychologist Carl Rogers at the University of Chicago in the mid-40s. Rogers later regretfully acknowledged that he'd taken CIA money. Had they also required him to hire as a TA their promising young operative, William Thetford? Bill claimed, however, that he wasn't, quote, approached by a representative from the Central Intelligence Agency until the early 50s, when he went to work in Washington for a few years. And actually, there's a footnote here. One of his assignments, undertaken in 1955, was to board a freighter in Hong Kong undercover and trail and pry information from an American woman who had been imprisoned by the Chinese. So he was doing actual spy shit, not just though he was accepting, I believe, grants for we're about to get into it, for MK Ultra. But he was also doing abducting women overseas in Hong Kong. This guy was really actually involved. I read through agency files that revealed that Bill had worked on Project Bluebird, which morphed into Project Artichoke and then into Project MK Ultra. Their main purpose, as Americans eventually came to know, was devising scientific methods for controlling the minds of individuals, including through the use of drugs and hypnosis, often without a subject's consent. Bill also worked with the CIA's John Gittinger. we've talked about him before, on a psychological assessment model called the Personality Assessment System, the PAS, which was designed to predict an individual's behavior with extraordinary accuracy. Gittinger's colleague, Sidney Gottlieb, who headed MKUltra in the 50s and 60s, believed the PAS could help the CIA hire and handle agents, so he supported Gittinger's work, channeling agency money to him through the cover of the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology. Bill later said he believed that Gittinger, quote, had designed the most powerful descriptive and predictive system in the world for assessing personality, and it ranked up there, quote, with the discoveries of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Bill claimed that he quit the CIA after leaving Washington, but there is reason to doubt this. He continued to work on the PAS for the rest of his career. Quote, this made me somewhat uncomfortable, since it was still a CIA-supported endeavor, he acknowledged. But I respected John Gittinger and his PAS so much that I felt compelled to help in its continued development. This took place primarily when I was at Columbia University, from the late 50s to the mid-70s. So, just lining this up here, the exact same time period that he meets Helen and is working with her at Columbia, up through basically like the start of this channeling and the completion of the Course in Miracles, is also when he was working with the notorious John Gittinger, who, remember that Soviet mind control documentary from the 80s that we covered way back when.
And he had like an interest in Kirlian photography too and stuff like that. Like it comes up in Wapnick's biography of Helen.
Interesting. You mean Thetford did?
Yeah, Thetford did.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Helen wrote like a channel to text that was about like how actually like light isn't the significant phenomenon, it's sound. And it's called
interesting.
Wapnick labeled it Notes on Sound. But yeah.
Wow, so, interesting.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of like CIA like references that come up in that biography, like kind of like weird ones. Like hold on, let me bring it up. It's like lost in. Oh, here it is. Absent from Felicity. The first one is like this weird channel that Helen gets from Jesus. So she, this is Wapnick discussing Helen's notebook. Helen wrote down in her notebook a special revelation which was not transcribed by Bill. It refers back to one of the series of flashbacks with Bill, where she was once again an ancient priestess to whom Bill brought people in need. Bill's role now, however, was taken over by Jesus, who said to Helen, "Priestess, a brother has knelt at your shrine. Heal him through me." Helen then wrote from herself, "Helen, I have an idea that the shrine merely referred to the altar within, which the priestess served. I imagine that the communication was direct and the brother always nameless. I think the priestess responded automatically by praying directly to God, standing with upraised arms to draw down a blessing on her brother, who knelt outside. Her response was completely automatic and impersonal. She never even thought of checking the outcome, because there was no doubt. Imagine there is still no doubt, really, except that the priestess can no longer ask alone. It was originally sister, not priestess, sensibly referring to Jesus' salutation. This description is remarkably similar to Helen's priestess experience earlier that summer with Bill, which I presented in Chapter 5. Helen then asked Jesus a question regarding past memories, and he answered, "As long as you remember always that you never suffered anything because of anything anyone else did, this is not dangerous." Remember that, like, that is like an amazing statement of like this kind of like hypertrophized like kind of Freud principle, right?
Absolutely.
Like where it's like nothing you like is like anyone else's fault but your own, right? Like remember that you who want peace can find it only by complete forgiveness. You never really wanted peace before, so there was no point in knowing how to get it. And so he says, this is an example of the need-to-know principle, which was established by the Plan of Atonement long before the CIA.
Okay,
so,
he does acknowledge that's
like,
where...
Yeah, the CIA got the need-to-know principle from us and our Plan of Atonement, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta use a little of that intelligence lingo. Yeah.
It comes up in like this other context, which was like really, really like... weird. And this actually has to do with her like trips to Israel.
Okay.
This is later on. I think during the time they were transcribing the course. Yeah, this is kind of just kind of characterizing the sort of relationship Helen had with the Course of Miracles. Her relationship with Jesus was a guilty secret for Helen, a secret that was shared with practically no one. To this day, less than a handful of people at the medical center know anything about Bill's typing the previous day's course notes from Helen's dictation to him, an event that went on almost daily behind locked office doors. Thus, practically no one of Helen's friends, colleagues, or family knew anything about the course or her other life. A humorous, though at the time highly embarrassing incident for Helen occurred while we were in Israel. So, like, in hearing the story, like, just interpret it like, read between the lines a little bit, because I feel like Wapnick's interpretation of it is a bit strange, and I would read it a different way. Okay. So, a couple whom Helen and Lewis had been friendly with for many years had moved to Jerusalem several years earlier, and they kept in touch through occasional letters. The last thing in the world Helen wanted was to meet them, however, and so she never notified them of our visit. How could she possibly explain what we were all doing there? We had even joked about this possibility since Helen had expressed her guilt over not informing them of our trip. And then, sure enough, one evening as we were walking into a restaurant near the King David Hotel, we bumped right into them. I have never seen Helen more flustered, she who was almost always so perfectly composed in public. She did not know what to say as her friends gently reprimanded her for not telling them of the trip. Helen sputtered out something about this being a kind of top-secret enterprise, implying a connection to government intelligence agencies. Thus, she was not free to reveal the nature of the trip, but would be able to talk more at a later time. The couple had an appointment and so, fortunately for Helen, could not stay any longer. One of the funniest moments of my life then followed. We all sat down for dinner, and then Bill and I began to kid Helen about not telling her friends the truth. And so we told the true story about why we were in Israel, beginning with Helen's 1965 visions and experiences, the scribing of the course, and continuing on through the cave episode. Well, maybe we'll talk about that later, but, she had this whole experience in the cave of Qumran where, and, like, how amazing it was. And the contrast between all that we said, which was absolutely true, and the way we knew it would sound to a quote-unquote normal person, which included Helen's circle of personal and professional acquaintances, was uproariously funny. So I feel like what's kind of glossed over here is that, like, if you bumped into some of your friends and, like, you had to make an excuse for, like, why you didn't tell them, like, you were in the country, like, would your excuse be that you were on top secret work for the CIA?
Yeah, that's weird. It's like, that's
like, oh, like, you're never gonna follow up on that. It almost seems like something you would only do if, like, there was some kind of, like, context in which that would be a plausible excuse.
Well, actually, it's funny you say
even that she was simply telling the truth.
Yeah, right. Or that this is just like, actually,
yeah.
Well,
like,
I did notice that there is a sort of interesting, like, on miraclestudies.net, there's a archived snapshot of this page of the William Newton Thetford Professional Vita, that actually his Wikipedia article kind of says, some sources claim that Thetford was involved in Project MKUltra from 1971 to 78, but they note, however, MKUltra was halted in 1973 and most documents were destroyed. So they're kind of saying, well, like, that couldn't be true because they canceled, but, like, it's actually on, like, a Course in Miracles supportive website, it seems, they actually list him as being involved until 1978, which is well through when the book was published and everything else. But I did notice this on it's funny that even that this curriculum vitae literally mentions, like, he worked on MKO, like, 1971 to 78, professor of medical psychology, quote, personality theory research project, subprogram of CIA MKUltra. Like it says there, but then I noticed a little earlier, going back, I think the Harper's article mentioned, he was in Washington for a few years, but it does say 1 year, 1951 to 54, U.S. government psychologist, Washington, D.C., 1 year, 1953, as consultant to Foreign Service Institute, Beirut, Lebanon. So he did have a little bit of a, he might have had some contacts or friends in the Middle East, that might not make it so crazy that he was working, like, for the CIA, so it's actually not crazy. It's just weird she would sort of, like, say that as a sort of haha fake excuse sort of thing, right? when this guy actually was kind of, and she also worked on the PAS
even like
stuff
a
too.
ha-ha excuse to them. Like she said that, like, because they had to accept that excuse. Like look, Wapnick found it funny because he was like, "How ridiculous."
I see,
but, like,
I see, yeah,
the friends
were like, "Oh, okay."
She according to Wapnick, by his own account, they were like, she was so embarrassed and she was scrambling to find an excuse, and that was what she came up with. Like, if you were desperate to like get out of this awkward sort of situation, you needed a plausible excuse, right? Like, why would you tell an absurd lie? Like, that proves it's not an absurd lie,
right?
It was like a plausible one.
Given his resume, it actually kind of makes sense, and hers to some extent, because she worked with him on the PAS like personality test thing also at Columbia, and during the same years that the Harpers does say. She spent much of her career working on the PAS, and the two of them co-authored and presented several papers on the system during the same years they were scribing the course. She goes a little, on here about the CIA shit. The rabbit hole kind of deepens. One key theme of the course corresponds neatly with an argument made in a 1957 article titled Studies in Human Ecology, which was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry and authored by 15 people, including Gittinger and Bill. And I guess it argues that illness, whatever its nature, is fundamentally psychosomatic. Ooh, there we go. That dark Freud idea
that's
again.
That's the new thought.
Yeah,
that's also like
I guess
kind
new
of
thought.
It goes further than that. Yeah,
right.
It's like by Freud, for whatever you want to say, he did believe in physical illnesses.
Right. But this is actually more radical.
Cure cancer with
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying you can't possibly cure cancer with prayer. I don't know. People can be healed of cancer mysteriously, maybe. But that's basically they have this sort of like very strong through line where they're skeptical of medicine.
Yeah.
Right? And this gets to the point of Christian Science, like refusing medicine and things like this.
Of course. Yeah. So she draws a little, parallel here. Similarly to this article, the course's concluding section, Manual for Teachers, states that, quote, sickness is an election, a decision. It is the choice of weakness in the mistaken conviction that it is strength. This actually became the course's most contentious principle, especially controversial when the book was being preached to gay men dying of AIDS in the 80s by one of the course's greatest popularizers, Marianne Williamson, right? It kind of does hit different when it's like, it's literally like your fault that you have AIDS. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's because you have like a bad attitude that you're actually doing AIDS to yourself. Like, it's just, obviously, when you take it to a certain point, it's kind of ridiculous, right? That and a kind of an idea that's like prone to be abuse people with by saying it's your fault that you're sick. So if one reads Hallen's scientific publications, another overlap begins to emerge between the early work she did as a psychologist and the material she, quote, scribed. Her obsessions, her favored technical vocabulary, are everywhere in the course pages. For example, Hallen wrote in a journal article drawing upon her work at the Shield Institute that an inability to cope with standardized tests is one of the outstanding behavioral characteristics of the mentally challenged. Quote, no curriculum can be built on what a child cannot do. One therefore has to study how each child learns and use the results as the basis for determining what they can do. Meanwhile, the course states, there is nothing so frustrating to a learner as a curriculum he cannot learn. His sense of adequacy suffers, and he must become depressed. Being faced with an impossible learning situation is the most depressing thing in the world. In fact, it is ultimately why the world itself is depressing. It is only the next sentence that would be out of place in a Shield Institute study. Quote, the Holy Spirit's curriculum is never depressing because it is a curriculum of joy. And then a great next line here. In her book, The Cultural Cold War, Frances Stoner Saunders writes that, quote, the individuals and institutions subsidized by the CIA were expected to perform as part of a broad campaign of persuasion of a propaganda war in which propaganda was defined as any organized effort or movement to disseminate information or a particular doctrine by means of news, special arguments, or appeals designed to influence the thoughts and actions in any given group. Further, the most effective kind of propaganda was defined as the kind where the subject moves in the direction you desire for reasons which he believes to be his own. Yeah, Francis Stoner Saunders is cooking with that one. That is the most effective kind of propaganda when you think you've discovered it organically, right? So then she says, at this point, I'd rapidly become ensnared in a web of conspiracy-minded thinkers. A post from 2007 by someone named Crypto Cuttlefish. No, just kidding. Though Crypto Cuttlefish, that's how I found out about this years ago, that Course in Miracles was sus. But someone named Jason Bishop III had no doubt the CIA was behind the course, and that the intention was, quote, to infiltrate and dilute the American left with New Age ideas and inward-focused, anti-rational religious movements. I was shocked. I didn't know what to think. Had Bill been tasked by the CIA with producing a new Bible, one that would influence the direction people moved in for reasons they would take to be their own? A text that would speak to Americans on the periphery of religious belonging and steer them toward a new kind of American religion, one without sin, established authority, or compulsory collective rituals, offering merely an array of techniques to practice detachment from reality? But why? To pull people back from the call of communism? I know she wrote that to sound like that's ridiculous, but like maybe a little bit, or to turn citizens who believed in political action into ones who denied the importance of political activity and even the existence of the entire physical world. Now listening to recordings of Bill's voice, I loathed him. When I saw A Course in Miracles on my shelf, I felt ashamed of my credulity. Helen seemed like a ninny, too. It was only 4 months after I'd met with Tam, but I felt years away from my dreamy, wishful musings about Helen and Jesus. Embarrassed, I stopped speaking about the book with anyone. I felt disgusted with myself when I saw in the transcript of my interview with Tam that I'd actually said, quote, but I kind of see it as like the Third Testament, perhaps? Wow. Damn. Perhaps Bill had handpicked Helen for the task of writing this new Bible because she seemed like the best person in their department to do it, knowing her PAS-defined personality type and her weaknesses. He was surely aware of her childhood dreams of becoming a writer. He also likely knew that she was in love with him, making her easier to manipulate. An interviewer once said to Bill, quote, it's interesting that you often use the word assignment with regard to your and Helen's involvement with the course. Why? Bill said, well, the events we experienced leading up to the course's dictation seemed to us to be a preparation for an assignment that somehow, somewhere, we had agreed to do together. He was implying that it was an assignment from God. But was this wording a sly joke with himself? Did he really mean an assignment from Langley? Quote, during the time we were working on the course, we seemed to actually increase our professional productivity and quality, Bill told the same interviewer. One confirmation of this is that when we completed the manuscript, we were both awarded tenure as professors. Like, I'm sure you love to hear that. I'm just channeling text, getting tenure, working for the CIA,
it wasn't included in their tenure file.
Right.
Yeah,
but still, but anyways, she asks, is this likely, given how distracted they would have been working on a 1,300-page transmission from Jesus Christ, or did they receive their promotions as recognition for the completion of their assignment? Strange, too, is that right after receiving these most desired promotions, they both left Columbia, retired from the medical field altogether, and never again worked at universities. Bill fled for a life of leisure on the West Coast. I believe he ended up in Tiburon in Marin County. This was in 1976, right around when Gerald Ford was instructing the Rockefeller Commission to investigate the CIA's activities in the United States. Meanwhile, its $25 million MKUltra mind control research program had recently become known around the world, creating an uproar. That year, Congress heard testimony from that great supporter of the PAS, Sidney Gottlieb, who admitted that the purpose of MKUltra had been to investigate, quote, whether and how it was possible to modify an individual's behavior by covert means. He also admitted that he was protecting, quote, prominent scientists, researchers, and physicians who had collaborated with the CIA. Little more about the program can be known for sure because an earlier CIA director, Richard Helms, ordered a document purge in 1973, and almost all papers relating to MKUltra were destroyed. Now, here's another, she kind of spins a theory here, but I think it's interesting. And I found there's a weird thing I found I want to bring up in a sec. One detail started to shine out through all my research, adding to my troubled thoughts. During the years that Bill and Helen were working at the Columbia Medical Center, America's most famous practitioner of therapeutic hypnosis, Herbert Spiegel, was also present, teaching a popular postgraduate course on the art of hypnosis, which frequently drew crowds of curious physicians. In one demonstration, a woman who was experiencing stage fright before she was set to appear before 100 psychiatrists explained, after she took the stage, that, quote, "The nice thing about self-hypnosis is that you can do it just like that. I sat down in the back of the auditorium, and in 2 seconds I put myself into a little trance and became relaxed immediately. All I have to do is the eye roll, and I'm off." The eye roll was a technique that Spiegel developed to test for hypnotic ability, which in some cases allowed a person to put themselves into a trance and then bring themselves out of it in response to their own signal. He also developed a 0 to 5 scale of hypnotic ability, estimating that around 30% of the population was completely unable to be hypnotized, zeros and ones, 15% displayed extraordinary trance talent, 4s and 5s, while the majority was in the middle. I think we talked about that actually in maybe our episode about Sirhan Sirhan and RFK. I think we might have brought up his research. That might have been in Lisa Pease's book, where like allegedly Sirhan Sirhan was like was a 4 or a 5 or something, you know. So he's very susceptible to hypnosis. Interesting. For his 1982 book, The Inner Source, Donald Connery followed Spiegel around and documented his work. 5s were also capable of creating works of art in a trance-like state, such that when they completed the assignment, there was little recognition that I did it. It just happened. Reading this, I remembered an interview in which Helen said, "Where did the writing come from? Certainly the subject matter itself was the last thing I would have expected to write about." Did Helen write the book while in a trance? On the one hand, this is amazing to consider. On the other, it's related to something most artists do, which is gradually tunnel deeper into a state of hyper-focus and ability, arriving at what is often called a state of flow. If Helen was taught the eye roll to put herself into a trance so she could write the book, it would certainly explain how she was able to produce 1,300 tonally consistent pages and to effortlessly move between activities, turning the voice on and off, like with a switch. Artists, writers, and mystics in all cultures throughout history have received transmissions in a heightened state, right, invoking the muse, inspired revelation, or mere inspiration. These words are meant to suggest the conscious mind as we know it is not the sole or even primary creator. Connery writes that many writers, from Shelley, Thackeray, Wordsworth to Dickens, Goethe, and Stevenson, have spoken of their best work coming from someplace beyond consciousness. Yet, there are drawbacks to being able to enter a trance. Highly hypnotizable individuals, Connery adds, are more likely to be, quote, credulous and guileless, and so vulnerable to deception. This is because the personality traits that can get the 5s into trouble are also the qualities that are essential to the creative arts and scientific breakthroughs, such as what Spiegel described as an almost childlike approach to possibilities and new connections. They might be inclined, as Connery puts it, blithely to accept statements and viewpoints as expressed, say, by a cult leader or an advocate of a conspiracy theory. No, right? Okay, so I began to worry whether the course worked by inducing a trance-like state in susceptible readers, emphasizing its themes with its strange rhythms, its repetitions, its near nonsense, its certainties. If Helen wrote the words in a hypnotic state, could reading them induce one? It's an interesting question. I mean, again, going back to your, like, the kind of iambic, like, rhythm of it and stuff, that might... Like, that's what this author says that she felt first reading it, was that it kind of created... She says, that might explain why, whenever I lost myself in the reading of it, I achieved a dizzying feeling of lightness, a sense of the world being lit up with magic, but within hours of putting the book down, I could never actually say what it said.
Yeah, did she mention that it was an iambic pentameter?
I don't think so.
Oh, because that's definitely like
But she does say it's she says it as strange rhythms and repetitions.
Yeah, it definitely you could call it like I have heard people call it hypnotic before, like when it's, and this is like very regular AM pentameter, I guess, which can have that kind of like da 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 quality, but it also like has a sort of propulsive effect, you know, like it's like da 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 da, like, you know, so it can give you like kind of like, you know, it has that sort of charge, right? It feels like kind of going through, you know.
Yeah, it's propulsive and kind of sucks you in over time. Like I tried reading just the first couple of pages like a week ago and was like, it almost like made me feel weird, and I stopped. Because it was like, one part of me was like pissed off because it was obviously just like gobbledygook, like, I'm Jesus. Let me tell you about everything. Like, you know, there was that aspect, but the way it was written, I was like, I don't know if I want to read like, you know, even like 100 pages of this.
I think that there's like an intimacy. I think that like maybe what is uncomfortable about it is like an intimacy to it, but I think that it leverages that discomfort. Like, you know, what I was talking to before, or like, you know, there's, again, like this kind of speaks to what this author is saying. Like, like I was saying before, the whole issue of like how, you know, that sort of like problem entered the world, right? Like that is a big problem in the same way, you know, it is for anything, right? There's different ways of resolving it, but Ken Wapnick, you know, in what he's like trying to say that like it doesn't, you know, matter, or like that, you know, the Course of Miracles, like no one else solves it, the Course of Miracles comes closest to solving it. Like his, you know, he turns to these passages in the book where basically it says like, you know, I'll actually quote from the book, if I can, yeah, like the you know, it says like some, yeah, I might not be able to find it in time, but like it says like that basically the ego is what is you know, like something about like the impossible happens, yeah, yeah, like sorry, yeah, the ego will demand many answers as this course does not give. It does not recognize as questions the mere form of a question to which an answer is impossible. The ego may ask, how did the impossible occur? To what did the impossible happen? And may ask this in many forms. Yet there is no answer, only an experience. Seek only this, and do not let theology delay you. Right, and that is like, you know, the ego will demand. Oh no, never mind, it's not. The many, see, that breaks it. So it's a different one. Who asks you to define the ego and explain how it arose can be but he who thinks it real, and seeks by definition to ensure that its elusive nature is concealed behind the words that seem to make it so. There is no definition for a lie that serves to make it true. So basically, like, you know, yeah, you're gonna ask, how did the ego happen? How did, you know, this come about from this unity, right?
Right.
That's just the ego talking, and you know, you don't need to like,
don't
even think about that.
Come
it's
on,
all bullshit,
yeah, that's
you know,
just the ego distracting you.
Yeah.
There's some more CIA stuff here that I want to get out, but the Harper's author writes, reading through course message boards online, I began to see I was not the only one who experienced the book as having a hypnotic, trance-like power. One commenter wrote the course made them feel light as a feather on a heavy dissociation spree, and that they now regarded it as, quote, dangerous programming. It seems really to be a course in mindlessness, relieving one from responsibility, conscious, and critical thinking. Someone named Fire Shadow said they tried the course because many of their friends were into it, but, quote, with all the focus on nothing you see is real in the exercises, I think I became quite dissociative. After perceiving in it a malevolent intent, they put it away for good. Another user wrote that, while doing the exercises, my whole life felt like a dream, or like being drugged. At the time I thought it was a good thing. I saw it as my ego being tamed. But in retrospect, it was clearly part of a brainwashing process. The program breaks your mind down to nothing, then fills it with the system's ideas. The whole thing works so well and so rapidly that it must have been devised by mind control experts. Wow. So, you know, during the years that Bill and Helen were working on the course, the CIA was excited about the potential of LSD. Operatives frequently took it themselves and even covertly dosed one another. And talked to, you know, like she talks about a Search for the Manchurian Candidate book where they would spike each other's coffee, and that was kind of normal. She says, yet apparently this was not that unusual. Agents agreed among themselves that a coworker might slip it to them at any time, Marks reported. Perhaps Helen had also been dosed with LSD. Had Bill tripped once too often? Were both of them high when they were driving around Rochester looking for churches? Just how nefarious was Bill? He and Helen had been close colleagues for nearly a decade before their work on the book began, so a genuine relationship must have existed. Yet, Marks wrote, agents were trained to operate mostly outside the system of restraints that normally govern personal relationships. He quoted one former officer from the agency who coolly said, quote, I never give a thought to legality or morality. Frankly, I did what worked. Another CIA psychologist told Marks that there was always a way of making an asset do what you wanted them to. He explained, quote, sometimes one partner in a relationship wants to get into deviations from standard sex. If you have some control, you might be able to force your partner to try different things, but it's much better to lead her down the road one step at a time, to discuss it and fantasize until eventually she's saying, let's try this thing. It's the same thing with an agent. Yikes. Okay. So you got to groom people maliciously. Perhaps Bill thought nothing of leading Helen down the road, a step at a time, until she believed that she was an authentic channel for Jesus Christ, in part by fabricating destabilizing, seemingly paranormal scenarios like the whole Mayo Clinic trip. Who was the woman on the plane a plant? Was the brochure fake too? Perhaps he had secretly dosed or hypnotized her. That is funny to think about. Like, that's such a, whoa, synchronicity. But, like, yeah, what did he? Just, like, make up a fake fucking brochure and then hire a woman to be like, I'm going to the Lutheran church and, and then give her LSD in her coffee and, like, one-shot her with it?
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
So she says... a former student of Helen's at Columbia, Benedict Groschel, who was a Catholic priest, once said that Bill was, quote, probably the most sinister person I ever met, though he refused to say more. For months, I was obsessed with trying to come to the truth about Helen and Bill in the book, but I finally realized it was impossible. I gave up. If there had ever been proof that Bill had brainwashed Helen on orders from Langley, it had been destroyed. Plus, Tam had insisted that Bill respected Helen, and I began to feel that it was wrong to condescend to Helen, who was by all accounts an intelligent and capable woman. If it was a CIA endeavor, why didn't I recognize her as fully conscious and as willing a participant as Bill, one who saw writing the book as part of her job? Maybe she'd asked her colleagues to hypnotize her into believing she was hearing the voice of Jesus, the better to write something convincing and true. Wouldn't this be an impressive choice in its own way? Was it so different from writing while drunk or high? It's a sinister mind control project, so a little bit. Then actually, she kind of, I have to say, like, tacos a little bit, that is like, oh, well, the CIA could never be so good at doing this. Then I began to wonder how likely it was that anyone could successfully carry out an operation such as this one to create and sell in the millions a mind control Bible. Even publishing houses, and it was their business, were unable to reliably manufacture bestsellers. To believe the CIA had this wild idea, and then it worked, surely represented an unwarranted faith in the agency's control.
Survival bias.
Yeah.
Like they like there could be tons of like failed A Course in Miracles out there. Like
right. I think there probably were. There was so many cults with like weird texts and bullshit in this era.
I think when people think about this, they're thinking about it like too like in general, when people think about like CIA ops, they think like too much like in terms of like every element of it is planned and like, they foresaw every aspect of it. It's like, no, they have like contingencies and they also like do experiments.
Yeah.
They do like, they're like, oh, let's try like, like you learn things. Like this is something that I feel like if there was like agency involvement at all, or if it was just a result of people who like, came out of that context and that milieu and were like conversant in that like, style of research and like approach to the human mind, like it seems like something that was more about experimentation and kind of like, an investigation of something rather than like, I think that there must be a better way like thing is in some way like reflective of the actual kind of impetus of it. But like, how they went about it and like what the skills they drew on like were, I think like it had like the it's like an experiment or like what's the word, like a a project or like an endeavor, right? It's not something that we're like, we know we're gonna brainwash people with this, but it is
Right.
reflective of certain values and certain objectives.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
How else would they refine and develop better techniques if they weren't like experimenting it out in the field, as Jolly West, once said they would have to do, like in, your kind of acid test situations and these these communes, new religious movements, like.
What it reminds me, like what I think is like, it almost perfectly like aligns to me with like changing images of man. To me, this is like exactly what the sort of picture of, maybe not exactly, because it doesn't sort of like let go of Christian symbols altogether, but it's very, very similar in terms of like getting rid of like the unpleasant aspects. Again, this is like, a common impulse, so it doesn't have to be attributed to that, but like it does have that like clear aspect, that clear focus of like getting rid of the unpleasant or sort of inconvenient aspects of Christian theology.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Changing Images of Man, because one of its primary authors, Willis Harman, popped up in a little cameo in an early 1990s profile about Marianne Williamson and her promotion of A Course in Miracles, and I think he was quoted definitely positively about it and about her and everything, and he, so like it's totally in sync with like the overall, people that were doing kind of like psychedelic MK Ultra adjacent research, and also like the goal of that book is kind of like what A Course in Miracles is almost like setting. Like A Course in Miracles is almost like a concept car for Changing Images of Man to like send out into the world and see how many people kind of glom onto it as a kind of new American, like new age quasi-Christian, sort of a thing with a channeled text that you can get people like totally on board on as like this kind of lifestyle thing. And to some extent, like it was pretty successful. Now, there's a bunch of other ones that like weren't, or much more niche, right? But yeah, I think you're right. It's like the survivor bias of like, well, this is way too, and yeah, I don't think
they really have predicted, like they probably were, like lots of projects that are like funded by the CIA, like, they have like a hypothesis, a goal, and then it's a test to see like what's going to work, and what's like with these LSD, they were experiments, right? They didn't know they weren't sure what was going to happen, right? Like they were seeing what they could achieve, right? Like and what the applications of this drug might be, right? And now they're like, okay, we learned something from this, right? We might have profited in some ways too, like who knows, like, but we've also learned things that we can apply later in all different types of contexts,
like how to build sort of like control, like psychological or ideological control systems that people can join. And a lot of people also compared this stuff and a lot of the rhetoric in it to like Est, right? And like the Werner Erhard kind of stuff, and that also has its own kind of like shady connections to kind of like a quest for sort of like mind control and conditioning, like the way people redefining the way people look at the world and like look at themselves, and adopting a kind of metaphysical frame that is compatible with like the American empire for our modern age. And even though Helen, we should say like Helen herself, it did start to sort of blow up in like the late 70s and whatever, but then the last couple of years of her life were like very bitter. Like this Groschel guy that she interviews, that he says that he reflected after her death that this woman who had written
he was interviewed in a different book. Yeah, she's quoting a different book.
Okay,
it's called like The Miracle Detectives. Yeah,
right, Miracle Detectives. Yeah, he said this woman who had written.
And he originally introduced Ken Wapnick to the couple.
Oh,
okay. Not the couple, to Bill and Helen.
Oh, interesting.
But,
okay.
So
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so yeah, he said that this woman who had written so eloquently that suffering really did not exist spent the last 2 years of her life in the blackest psychotic depression I have ever witnessed. So meanwhile, Bill like moved to like Marin County and just had like a great time and was promoting A Course in Miracles, and it was great. Though he did die at 60. He like dropped dead from a heart attack at age 65, a little bit after Helen did. But she was like denounced the book and said it was like a crock of shit, and she like hated it. It was like not a happy thing.
Yeah. No, actually, it might actually be worth reading the longer passage about this guy. Because he talks about her a little bit, at length. Helen Schuckman was nearly 60 when they met, and Groschel, who was then almost 40, knew her not only as a teacher but also as a friend. Helen was a very scientific lady, he recalled, a Jewish intellectual who considered herself to be an extreme agnostic, though not quite an atheist, and very skeptical about everything having to do with religion or spirituality. Schuckman was also witty and engaging, and Groschel, who was writing his dissertation on the relationship between science and theology, found her to be one of the most stimulating conversationalists he had ever encountered. The older woman became a good deal more fascinating to him when she announced in 1969 that she was taking dictation from a disembodied voice she knew only as a son of God. So this guy was kind of close to her, because like she wouldn't have said that to anybody in 1969, just anybody. I mean.
Yeah.
And it all started one day when she was riding the subway uptown and experienced a vision, Schuckman explained. A beautiful light suddenly filled the car and shone on the faces of all the people around her. A short time later, she felt compelled to begin writing a page after page of blank verse that eventually, it's not, all in blank verse, but a lot of it is, that eventually grew into A Course in Miracles. Groschel still could vividly recall his dizzy astonishment as the professor explained that she knew the meaning of each sentence she was writing, but had no idea what was coming next. The interesting thing is that it's scanned, the priest remembered. It was written in a pentameter, and some of the passages were quite beautiful. The result was a series of discourses by the Son of God, in which the narrator / teacher / protagonist came across as the figure Jesus Christ might have been if born a Hindu rather than a Jew. Sin, sacrifice, and suffering were all dismissed as illusory. The Maya, though this word was never used, of those chained to earthly existence. Only forgiveness is real, and all things, even though most heinous acts, are forgiven. The Son of God says again and again, without any need for penance and punishment. I mean, honestly, like, I think that is a mischaracterization of like the Vedic tradition. Like, it's kind of like, again, this is like a pop book, so it's kind of like not very rigorous. I think it's like kind of almost a slander to say that this is like in any way like it has a Hindu character. Like I think you do sometimes see there's contradictions in it, but anyway, well, that's a digression. So he eventually came to understand the book as the product of an intellectual experience called sequential words, Groschel said. It is actually very common, and probably the least impressive of all these things. St. John of the Cross nailed it. He said, "They're calling the words of God the thoughts that they address to themselves. Now, there's an ice-cold glass of hot water." What Groschel found to be at once most thrilling and confusing about Helen Schuckman's process was that, during the time she wrote A Course in Miracles, a book that any number of fundamentalist Christian ministers have called the most dangerous ever published, she became intensely attracted to the Catholic Church, attended Mass regularly, and was devoted to the Virgin Mary. Only under close questioning did Schuckman admit that many years earlier she had briefly been a Christian. This had resulted from an accidental childhood visit to Lourdes, where she had been so moved that she received baptism upon her return to the U.S. She also had prayed the rosary for years afterwards, Schuckman claimed, until she adopted scientific skepticism as her creed and lived by it for most of her adult life. When he suggested she apply for membership in the Catholic Church, Schuckman replied this was unnecessary because, as a Jew, she had been Catholic before you Gentiles came along and made all these rules. No less fascinating to the priest was the sharp distinction between Schuckman's own stated convictions and the content of A Course in Miracles. "I hate that damn book," she often told him, and regularly disavowed its teachings. Groschel continued to try to open the doors of the church to Schuckman, but his influence was subverted by, again, this is like, shows how poorly researched this book is kind of, her husband, William Thetford. Again, he was not her husband.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Also a Columbia professor. Her husband was Louis Schuckman. But was a mysterious character and, quote, "probably the most sinister person I ever met," the priest recalled. Only after he retired from teaching did Thetford's Columbia colleagues, who knew him best as a rare books expert, discover that all during the years they worked with him, the man had been employed as an agent of the CIA. Again, I feel like she confused him with Louis Schuckman, because he wasn't a rare books expert. That was her husband.
Right.
He was, among other things, president of the first fission experiment conducted by physicists assigned to the Manhattan Project.
Whoa,
Thetford, According to this guy, again, not cited, just, take it as it is. Tedford was the most religious atheist I've ever known, Groeschel recalled, and conceived a great enthusiasm for A Course in Miracles, personally arranging for its publication. Schuckman was embarrassed, Groeschel remembered, and confided to the priest her fear that the book would create a cult, which of course it did. Groeschel, multiple cults. Groeschel initially read the course as religious poetry, but grew steadily more negative in his assessment of it as the years passed and sales of the 3 volumes passed into the millions of copies. I mean, that is kind of an interesting take. Like, really, in some ways, it's not like that different from like some of this mystical poetry that like medieval nuns and stuff would produce and things like that, in terms of like its relationship to like existing doctrine. Like, yes, it is like different in some ways, but like I feel like I want to revisit this like later on, but I feel like the interpretation that Wapnick gives it, which is like so influential, is like just one like of the neo-Gnostic quality of it. It's just one interpretation. If you spun it in a different way, you could see it differently. But I feel like it was kind of pushed almost into being this kind of like separate thing and like this denunciation of Christianity, although they see it like this guy came to see it this way, but first he saw it as religious poetry, right? Which like there's a lot of stuff like that, like
it has a complex relation, because a lot of conservative Christians, especially in the late 80s, there's a couple of funny tie-ins to kind of like the Satanic Panic, not least among which is Oprah herself, who went from like in the late 80s like having a Queeno on her show and talking about like satanic ritual abuse, and then just like a couple years later having Marianne Williamson come on to talk about love and light and A Course in Miracles, and just be like, oh my god, amazing. But also like conservative Christians were attacking,
and I mean she was like Aquino was there, like it was to like
a little bit of wrestling,
but like she was
there's a kayfabe kind of thing. She kind of made him look low-key good a little bit, but there were like to the extent that it mentions Jesus and God and these things, your kind of classic like televangelist types in the 80s made a lot of hay about it. It's a satanic book and it's blah blah blah.
Right.
So I think
because
actually
it denies basically like the fundamental teaching of Orthodox Christianity.
Which it does in various ways, but yes, then at the same time, like Marianne Williamson, I think part of her mission was to kind of go out and like quash that like critique of it, but also keep something she had to juggle was not like being too God-centric, because I think as one article said about her, like the New York crowd that she would fundraise from, they're like at Sotheby's where they'd hold fundraisers, like those checkbooks would slam shut the minute she starts talking that God stuff. Right, whereas in LA, the celebrities are kind of like, woo, okay, like, celebrities love like vaguely spiritual stuff, so it was fine. But in New York, they are hardcore, that they're snobbish about that. So blah blah blah. But
there's an interesting kind of part that sort of gets in to that in this article that ran in the Gnosis, the Journal of Gnostic Studies, called Knowledge is Truth, A Course in Miracles as a Gnostic Scripture by Simon J. Joseph. And he kind of talks about this like debate over the nature of A Course in Miracles, and it's kind of like interesting. Hold on, my email opens. Okay. He goes into like kind of the influence of like Wapnick's interpretation versus like those of some others. While it's debatable whether Schuckman believed that she was in direct contact with and receiving inner dictation from the Jesus of history, her personal correspondence suggests this was indeed the case. Wapnick's analysis certainly sheds light in his own views on the origin of the Course. While acknowledging that the Course, taken at face value, claims to be the first-person voice of Jesus, a scripture dictated by Jesus, using the language, symbols, terminology, and literary forms familiar to Schuckman, Wapnick explains the Course is used as a symbol of Schuckman's love for God, since, quote-unquote, Jesus does not operate, quote, in the world. By the late 1980s, Wapnick had begun to shift his, quote, teachings from attempting to reconcile traditional Christianity with this new, quote, revelation from Jesus. He says, my teaching now, however, has a somewhat different focus from before. In my early years of teaching the Course, I often taught in the context of the Bible, even though it is obvious to serious students of A Course in Miracles that it and the Bible are fundamentally incompatible. I would no longer make some of the statements found in Forgiveness in Jesus. He explains this as a progression. Since I believe that a bridge between the Bible and the Course has been established, I typically now emphasize a discontinuity between the two. Wapnick clearly changed his mind, teaching and public interpretation of the Course in the years following Sheckman's death.
Interesting.
But anyway, yeah, so and then, as we were talking about, he started talking about it as an improvement on ancient Gnosticism. He claimed that it represented the, quote, highest level of contemporary spiritual thought, and could be seen as an integrating the Platonic, Christian, and Gnostic traditions while at the same time correcting and extending them through a far more inclusive vision that utilizes the insights of contemporary psychology to support its universal message of salvation. That is, where both Christianity and Gnosticism failed, the Course succeeds. It alone presents a theology that is without contradiction and solves the paradox of evil, suffering, and death.
Wow.
For
Okay.
Wapnick,
I'm going to step away for 1 second. You can
Okay.
keep reading.
For Wapnick, biblical Christianity and the Course represent fundamentally incompatible, mutually exclusive theologies that can be never be integrated into one coherent spirituality. But Wapnick uses the Gnostic label as a legitimating strategy. Tellingly, he dedicated his magnum opus, a most ambitious book, which we read a little bit from, Love Does Not Condemn, to all Gnostics, past, present, and to come. According to Wapnick, a strong thread of truth ran concurrent to the rise of Christianity, which was closer to the message of the living Jesus than the Orthodox Christian position. That's true. It made its way to Arabia. Anyway, Wapnick traces the genealogy of this thread back to Plato, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism, and forward to A Course in Miracles. Since Dimitri's gone and I have the floor to myself, I'll just say that it goes back to one of the points I always harp on, which is that it is the obliviousness to Islam that produces so many of these problems, because this sort of lost true Christianity that they're looking for is in Islam. But anyway, at its heart is a wisdom that recognizes the alienation of living in a world that does not correspond to the pure oneness of God, and yet sees salvation from this world as possible. Where the Course differs from ancient Gnostic thought, according to Wapnick, is its ability to correct and extend ancient insights by utilizing contemporary psychology. What is it? It's anyway, it's just ignorance, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on. I could psychoanalyze it, but yeah, so much of this, it's there's a big void right at the center, which is well, there is a monotheistic, sort of correction of all. Anyway, but Wapnick's central thesis is that the theology or philosophy that begins with the premise that this phenomenal world is in any way the manifestation of the will of God must inevitably fall into the paradoxical trap of placing within the omnibenevolent God an inherent flaw that contains a tendency towards evil, suffering, and death. According to Wapnick, the Course solves this dilemma on two levels. Metaphysically, the illusory phenomenal world is contrasted with the spiritual reality, while practically and experientially, the phenomenal world itself sustains two opposing thought systems, knowledge and perception, the latter of which produces further illusion, the former of which leads to spiritual liberation. Quote, the journey to God is merely the reawakening of the knowledge of where you are always and what you are forever. So he goes on to talk about the Neo-Gnostic God of Wapnick's Course. The Course of Miracles has two levels of discourse, right? We kind of talked about this a little bit. There's one that's perception, one that's, reality. Then, it talks about the problems of defining Gnosticism, which, we kind of alluded to. The essential pillar of Wapnick's comparison of Gnosticism with the Course is their alleged convergence, primarily attributed to the Valentinian school, on the idea that the phenomenal world is illusory and was not created by God. Wapnick claims that God did not create the phenomenal universe, which was rather part of the ego's defensive war against God. As the Course itself puts it, the world was made as an attack on God. Wapnick claims that the Course teaches that God did not create the world, and that God does not know about the separation. He cites, for example, the following two Course passages. Nothing can reach spirit from the ego, and nothing can reach the ego from the spirit. Spirit can neither strengthen the ego nor reduce the conflict within it. The ego is a contradiction. Yourself and God's self are in opposition. They are fundamentally irreconcilable because spirit cannot perceive and the ego cannot know. They are therefore not in communication and can never be in communication. The ego's ceaseless attempts to gain the spirit's acknowledgement and thus establish its own existence are useless. Spirit in its knowledge is unaware of the ego. It does not attack it. It merely cannot conceive of it at all. Although there seems to be a good reason to think that ego and spirit are conceived here as two opposing principles of the human condition, not God's, the dichotomous language illustrates the dissociation between the two thought systems of spirit and ego. According to Wapnick, the biblical God is an ego God, a mental, historical, theological projection of the egoic need to be special, a God who chooses certain people and needs to punish quote-unquote sins. Biblical theology is an expression of the ego thought system. While Wapnick admits that there is no adequate rationale or empirical means for explaining how the world arose, nor does the Course attempt one, he claims that the Course successfully resolved the paradox of the one and the many, eternity and time, without the inherent inconsistencies in attitude, if not theory, that have plagued all Platonists, and that have, or Platonists, and have marred the history of Judaism and Christianity from their inception. Whereas Genesis says that God created the world very good, the Gnostic tradition tends to redescribe that God as a demiurge, etc., etc. And the Course holds that the ego, not God, made the world, addressing the reader, you, as part of the sonship, that is, an eternal creation of God, who miscreated or made the world. Wapnick claims the Course itself does not speculate about how or why, this is a quote, does not speculate how or why this infection arose, and personally eschews such questions as unresolvable and beyond comprehension or belief. But the Course does state that the separation occurred over millions of years. Nonetheless, the Course is evasive and does not provide details about the historical specifics of the process. Quote, it is reasonable to ask how the mind could ever have made the ego. In fact, it is the best question you could ask. Thank you. There is, however, no point in giving an answer in terms of the past, because the past does not matter, and history would not exist if the same errors were not being repeated in the present. The ego will demand many answers as this Course does not give. We read this part. How was the impossible occur? To what did the impossible happen? May ask this many forms. There is no answer, only an experience. Seek only this, and do not let theology delay you. Wapnick interprets the Course that is, red flag a little bit. Wapnick interprets the Course reticence to be in that once we ask how the impossible happened, we are affirming that the ego did happen. And this affirmation of the reality of the ego is precisely what must be avoided, since the Course's main contribution to the crux of the God-world paradox is that the Course exists on the fundamental unreality of separation. Indeed, it would be justified to identify this metaphysical non-duality as the gnosis of the Course. But despite Wapnick's repeated insistence that God did not create the world, the Course contains a number of passages introducing further ambiguity. The issue is not God's creation, but human perception. God did not create the world you see or the world as you perceive it. For example, one passage states, "Is it not strange that you believe to think you made the world you see as arrogance? God made it not. Of this you can be sure. What can he know of the ephemeral, the sinful, and the guilty? You but accuse him of insanity to think he made..." This is something that, the author of the Course continually does, where they, insert the word but in order to keep the meter. You but accuse him of insanity to think he made a world where such things seem to have reality. He is not mad, yet only madness makes a world like this. That is, God did not create the world of our mental and physical misperception, the everyday world we experience. Yet there is no question the Course envisions two worlds in theoretical coexistence. That is, one does not need to leave this world or go anywhere, for example, to heaven, to experience the real world. It is only the phenomenal world of perception that is illusory, which to me is that's much more acceptable that we have illusions of ourselves, right? He says a number of Course passages openly affirm the implicit, inherent, and potentially recognizable reality of divine immanence in this world. How, quote, how holy is the smallest grain of sand when it is recognized as being part of the completed picture of God's Son. I think that, the world is an expression of God, right? So the idea that the world has nothing to do with God to me is completely, it's just our silly. But in other,
that is a popular Gnostic thing. The world is the world's a little piggy, the world's bad, and
there's nothing in the world of value to us, kind of. There's we can't learn anything from the world. We can't appreciate the beauty of God's creation and learn about God through the world.
It is
to me one of the most basic principles.
It is interesting that it makes all these gestures towards all is one, God love, there's no distinction, but then it kind of ends up supporting this very harsh Gnostic divide between the lowly, fallen, non-spiritual kind of material world and the beautiful kind of beyond world, whereas the other religious traditions might incorporate actually there's reflections of the divine in nature and everyday life. Everything in creation comes from the one source. So the idea of the material world being completely fallen and bad and just worthless and also not real, not even real. Like, that's an even further step of, like, it's one thing
Yeah.
to say it's real, but it's debased. It's another one to be like, it's a fake illusion. Like, all of it is fake. Our entire
Right,
reality is
yeah.
fake.
Yeah.
Like, that,
Like, it's, I mean,
don't
there is an
know.
ultimate reality, which is God, but, like, again, yeah, I actually am more partial to the emanationist idea, right? But, you know, that, like, this is, like, a mazhar, or, like, an appearance of God's attributes, like, in the world. You know, I believe, I believe that the hidden treasure hadith is true, you know, that I was a hidden treasure, and I created the creation because I desired to be known. Right? Like, the certain like attributes can only be expressed relationally, right? But you know,
Yeah.
but the sort of social point, like, that I'm trying to make here is that, like, that whole angle, even on the material of the course, is, like, not absolute, because the course contains different emphases, right? And, like, there's different passages you can give weight to. And Wapnick, as, like, the kind of primary interpreter of the course, he emphasizes that aspect. But, like, there are people who critique him, right? Like course teachers Robert Perry, Greg Mackey, Ellen Watson have challenged Wapnick's vision of the course, including its metaphysics, alleged incompatibility with the Bible, and its spiritual program, arguing that Wapnick often drives too sharp a wedge between the course and the biblical tradition. While Wapnick, Perry, Mackey, and Watson affirm the course's teaching that there is one reality, the world is illusory and was not created by God, and that Jesus is the author of the course, they disagree on substantive issues. Whereas Wapnick insists that God is not aware of the world, Perry insists that God is aware that his sons are asleep. Whereas Wapnick holds that God does not hear our prayers, Perry holds that God does hear our prayers and answers every one. Whereas Wapnick claims that God's ignorance of the separation precludes any response to it, Perry claims that God's awareness of the separation resulted in the creation of the Holy Spirit as an agent of healing. Perry argues that the Course teaches that God is aware of separation and responds to it. The separation is simply a failure in communication. You know, as a result, the Holy Spirit was created by God, right? So
you could come to
you
pretty
know,
wildly different interpretations from the
yeah,
text, as these people
right.
have done.
You know, he, like,
It's
the
kind of
author
loose
says,
enough
like, it
and
is difficult.
contradictory enough that you can
Yeah,
kind of do
right.
that.
Although all those people do agree on the thing that we were just complaining about, that, like, you know, the world was not created by God, which is
Right.
kind of just like, what? But, like, yeah. But anyway, yeah, like, you know, he concludes that, like, Ken Wapnick has performed a neo-Gnostic reading of a neo-Gnostic text. That's what he says. But you know, to the point, you know, kind of to weave those two threads together in terms of, like, dissociation, I found, like, one of something in Absence from Felicity, the biography of Helen. You know, kind of interesting, kind of in light of what you were saying before, and in light of that kind of mention in that article. I don't know if you were here for it, but that mention of dissociation, right?
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he talks about Helen's you know, issue with the Course of Miracles, right? Helen continued, however, to find herself in a paradoxical situation. She still consciously clung to her avowed professional atheist position, yet certainly could not deny what and who was involved with the scribing. Helen came to refer to A Course in Miracles as her life's work, yet disturbingly found herself in the impossible situation of professing not to believe in it, a situation as ridiculous as it was painful. And yet, as Bill once pointed out to Helen in regard to Jesus, you must believe in him, if only because you were arguing with him so much. As for me, I could neither, this is a quote, as for me, I could neither account for nor reconcile my obviously inconsistent attitudes. On one hand, I still regarded myself as officially an atheist, resented the material I was taking down, and was strongly impelled to attack it and prove it wrong. On the other hand, I spent considerable time in taking it down, and later in dictating it to Bill, so that it was apparent that I also took it quite seriously. Again, the sort of the explanation that author, the Harper's article gives, could explain that too, but this is what Wapnick says. It is clear, however, from Helen's letters during this period, not to mention her notes prior to the course, that her faith was very strong, and that her belief in Jesus was quite tangible. It is also clear that the conflict she was experiencing was totally internal. External circumstances were surprisingly favorable. The writing was apparently timed so as to cause minimal disruption, and in spite of his own conflicts, Bill offered me consistent positive reactions and remarkably sustained support. However, as psychologists, Helen and Bill could certainly explain Helen's most peculiar situation of fighting against what, on another level, she obviously believed in. They understood the dynamic of dissociation, wherein one splits apart the two parts of the self that are in seeming conflict, thereby allowing them to continue to coexist in the mind. The two selves of the Course are parts of the mind containing the thoughts of the ego and the Holy Spirit. When brought together, the ego must vanish, just as darkness disappears in the presence of light. Therefore, the ego's defensive system protects its thoughts of fear by dissociating the love that threatens its existence. So, I
Interesting.
mean, from the mouth of Ken Wapnick himself,
it's all about dissociation.
Yeah, like this, like, kind of actually, is sort of interesting. Like, this kind of gets into some of what you were talking about. Interestingly, the Columbia Presbyterian did its part to aid the dictation as well. In 1963, Bill was surprisingly and unexpectedly appointed to the Research Planning Committee, whose responsibility was to allocate space in a new research building that was being constructed. The building was to be named after William Black, the coffee magnate of Chock-full of Nuts fame.
Wait,
a major donor.
The Chock-full of Nuts guy?
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
He was William Black, the coffee magnate of Chock-full of Nuts fame. He was funding this, new building for the Research Planning Committee.
I believe we brought up I think the daughter of the Chock-full of Nuts guy we brought her up in Contra 7 around the Castle Bank, like, CCR thing, because I think, did she marry Donald Werby, the, like, weird, like, maybe mafia representative real estate guy that was in the Church of Satan and then got arrested for, like, having sex with a 12-year-old, and, like, she had to, like, write in the newspaper that she wasn't a cannibal. I think she was the Chock-full of Nuts heiress. I'm just wanted to clock that because interesting. Chock-full of Nuts fortune, and their descendants.
His eldest daughter Wilma married Donald E. Werby, hotel owner in California.
I still got
His second daughter Barbara Jane married Irish diplomat Eamon Lucas Kennedy.
Wow, interesting.
That's all to Wikipedia, but yeah. But anyway, so Bill had the opportunity of designing a large enclosed and relatively secluded area that included offices for Helen and him that opened into a larger secretarial space, later used by me when I joined them in 1973. These offices were totally separate from the regular psychology offices in the Neurological Institute and the Psychiatric Institute, and from their secretaries, who were housed in these two buildings across the street from the Black Building. Bill was also able to procure an elaborate telephone hookup so that it could be an easy verbal communication with the rest of the department and yet retain their physical privacy. The Black Building was completed in the summer of 1965, and Helen and Bill promptly moved into their offices. Only weeks later, these would serve as the manger for the birth of Jesus' 20th century message of forgiveness.
Oh my God.
In addition to the medical center's cooperation in the scribing, Lewis's attitudes, that is her husband, were unexpectedly positive and helpful. He could hardly fail to notice my frequent periods of writing, and he was entitled to an explanation. So, with considerable misgiving, I decided to tell him what was happening, although I did not anticipate his approval in view of his own agnostic set. Helen also should have mentioned his strong Jewish identification. Happily, that's, Wapnick's interpolation, that she should have mentioned that he was Jewish. Mm-hmm. Happily, he was more than tolerant. He was actively encouraging, although he preferred not to read what I had written. On the few occasions when I showed him a few of the typed pages, he limited his comments to remarking on the clarity of the language and, in some cases, the poetry of the wording. It was apparent, however, that the whole thing made him extremely uncomfortable, and he tended to dismiss it as just not his cup of tea. Once or twice it even seemed to make him angry, and so I stopped showing the material to him after a while. Yet despite his personal disinclinations about the material itself, he was actually enthusiastic about my writing it. He did not understand where it was coming from, but was apparently willing to overlook that question. Every once in a while he would remark that the thing was really quite surprising, and once he went so far as to say he often thought about what an odd thing it was. He even recognized on occasion certain similarities from the bits I showed him and some mystical concepts he had read about somewhere. The writing process itself he quickly began to take more or less for granted. He did not seem to find it anxiety-producing. And then he goes on to talk about Lewis. He stood in awe of Helen's intelligence, and when Helen was practicing the administration of the Welsher Adult Intelligence Scale for graduate school, he scored an almost perfect score on the verbal scale of the test.
Wow.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I found some very weird things, actually, that I just want to, like, throw into the record here. About, since we're on the topic of dissociation, as to the theory in the Harper's article that, there's a very famous, expert in hypnosis, in therapeutic hypnosis at Columbia during these same years, Herbert Spiegel, right? And he was indeed that. But what I'd kind of forgotten about, I wanted to look up a little more, like, about him, because, her hypothesis is kind of right, that like maybe he taught her how to hypnotize herself, or maybe he hypnotized her, etc. And, you know, I mean, maybe some people could say, oh, well, you know, just because they worked at the thing and he did hypnosis, like, you know, he would probably think that's ridiculous because that it was used for some sinister mind control, dissociative, blah, blah, blah. But then I realized Spiegel wrote the foreword to this book that we did a whole episode about, the CIA's control of Candy Jones from the 1970s. And so thankfully, you know, I'm getting all my hard copy books out today. I have this foreword from him where he's talking in that case about Candy Jones, who like claimed to have been sort of programmed by the CIA through hypnosis to have like two different personalities, you know, a Holy Spirit and an ego maybe, where then she was like sent abroad to do like secret CIA missions and like not have any memory of it. And through, I think, therapy, she started to sort of recall these things, which resulted in this book. But he pretty much like, he talks about the hypnotic induction profile, you know, like the 0 to 5 scale, which is what he uses or did in the 70s. He wrote here, I'll just read a little bit because it's interesting. Candy's response to the hypnotic induction profile indicated she is extremely hypnotizable, and this outcome was confirmed independently by 2 other psychiatrists. Her trance capacity places her in a group of highly hypnotizable individuals who comprise no more than 10% of the population. This high hypnotizability makes plausible her capacity to regress to earlier times in her life and to act as though she were in the present. It is also consistent with her global amnesia, that is, her complete forgetting of many events in her life. Such a distinction is important because, as a rule, those who have a lower capacity for hypnosis are far less susceptible to external influence of the kind described in this book. Let's see, going down here, blah, blah, blah. Hypnosis, like many medical techniques, can be used for both good and evil. A hypnotized individual has the ability to make choices about complying with any suggestion. However, the more hypnotizable a person is, the more inclined he will be to comply with signals or commands and suspend his usual critical judgment. Slipping into the trance state is something like shifting into high gear in an automobile. Any change in the direction of motion is magnified. In one experiment, a highly hypnotizable subject entered a trance state and was told to believe there was a communist conspiracy to take over the television networks. Such a belief was clearly contrary to his usual political orientation. Yet after leaving the trance state, he vehemently defended this belief during an intense filmed interview with Frank McGee, the TV news commentator, now deceased. The subject went so far as to create names and places and began even to openly suspect McGee himself. Months later, when the subject viewed his performance on film, he was surprised and baffled at his own behavior. He had total amnesia of the entire filmed episode. This and many other clinical experiences have led me to believe that highly hypnotizable individuals are especially vulnerable to certain kinds of outside influence and manipulation. Such individuals may find themselves doing things which are, in some degree, at variance with their normal code of values. In the extreme, it's even possible they may be manipulated into performing acts of physical violence. All people are prone to being molded by outside influence to some extent. The small group of highly hypnotizable people, when put in the hands of unscrupulous individuals, are even more vulnerable. And another lesson of the filmed interview with the subject who'd been told to believe the communists had taken over the networks is that hypnotized subjects are also vulnerable to deception. Their desire to comply, both in and out of the formal trance, is such that they may convincingly invent information in an effort to give the hypnotist what he seems to want. They can even deceive themselves. Thus, interviews utilizing hypnotic age regression for the purpose of uncovering information must be performed carefully and dispassionately. Further, external corroborating evidence is crucial for verification of material produced in a regression study. It is well established, however, that under carefully controlled conditions, highly hypnotizable people can regress in time. Remember he said, you just went back in time, Helen, right? Like, he did say that at one point.
The thing that, like, I'm kind of skeptical of the hypnosis thing just because, like, like I feel like it would have to be like kind of like some kind of covert form of hypnosis or just like suggestion or something. I mean,
well, the
there's
other
a
thing
thin
she
line
brought
between
up is
hypnosis
that
and suggestion.
what if Helen Schuckman was in on this because she worked on the PAS
Well, that's
research
exactly,
as
but
well,
that's the thing. Like,
or
well,
to some extent in on it.
well, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if she were like, it's kind of like the what I find to be more like persuasive and interesting is like the things where like Ken Wapnick, who was there with them, like he like admits to it, but interprets it in like a totally like like a benign way, or like has some kind of different spin on it. And like I feel like if there were hypnosis going on, like he would have seen it and he would have said that it was good in some way, you know.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah,
Or
I
it
don't
would be
know.
like
I
in her
mean,
diaries, like.
but also he did come around in 1972, so he wasn't around for,
Yeah, so it was like, maybe she was hypnotized
like there was
earlier, and,
basically
like, it
he
was
came
deep
around when the
hypnotic
book was like
suggestion.
done, and yeah. So I mean, I feel like it really was like a very tight circle, and it was like just them. I found a little more actually. I found some old articles. First of all, like, yeah, some people have claimed that that it's like internet disinfo that Thetford got CIA funding, but on archive.org there actually is like the receipts of MK Ultra subproject 130 that I believe do name Thetford and like even break down how much money he was getting.
Yeah,
There's also there's a briefing book that has
definitely
his
not.
name in it.
Yeah, people like it's actually funny. Like I was reading like the sort of Reddit threads like
Oh
about
yeah.
this like idea on like the Course of Miracles like a website and stuff like that, or the sorry Course of Miracles subreddit. And they like whenever it comes up, they're like, well, obviously it's a fear-based belief, so obviously you would think that there's like there's one reply that was like the CIA never could have come up with this even if they took all the LSD they had. Like it's too profound or something. But
Oh,
yeah, it is.
the okay.
Yeah.
I found an amazing like old blog article that like I had to access through archive.org that looks like it's maybe from like 2010, but it's chock full of some good shit from like the broader CIA angle. I also want to mention that Spiegel, I noticed used to be on the faculty with and like collaborate on hypnosis kind of research with Dr. Martin Orna. Remember he popped up in the Patty Hearst trial as one of like
Yeah.
the MK Ultra scientists that had like helped construct that whole fake exercise like in the desert where there was like Stanford prison experiment with the military where everyone like went insane and they had to shut it down.
Oh
They
yeah.
were colleagues as well. I mean, it's still that, but I guess yeah, Martin Orna might even pop up in greater context, but okay, I have two things here. One is from Mike McClowry's WordPress from years ago called ASIM, A Course in Miracles, Was It CIA? But I do want to note also that there's like a biography of William Thetford that's on archive.org called Never Forget to Laugh, Personal Recollections of Bill Thetford, co-scribe of A Course in Miracles, I guess by Carol Howe, that I just searched like CIA and there's like 32 hits of it like in this book, and it does talk, it talks more in depth about his relationship with the CIA, but also has some interesting like kind of debunking, like it claims that he never took MK Ultra money, which is just like we actually do have proof that he did, so it's like it's playing a little game. But let me just read a little from this A Course in Miracles, Was It CIA? This is actually from 2019, but the blog is no longer active. So let's see, was MK Ultra, blah blah blah. This author says in April 2012, I wrote a rough research post, "The Path of Propaganda: Conspiracy Theorist," where I introduced some history regarding ASIM. Basically that this was a mind control thing. So here we go. I talked about how I ended up in A Course in Miracles research tangle. It came up on a side shoot of some research I was doing, and back then it turned out to be a classic example of what the CIA tries to do publicly with someone who is telling the truth about what they are doing. This is a very like old school blog style. At the time, I was reading a book I had just obtained called The Search for Superman by John Wilhelm, and I was researching names, dates, and events as I went along. One of the names that showed up during the Uri Geller SRI experiments, like remote viewing spoon bending in August 1973 was Judy Scutch. All right, so that was the girl, the woman who had the like Society for like Parapsychical Research that turned into the Foundation for Inner Peace, and was the mother of that woman, the Harper's journalist, interviewed, right? So Judy Scutch was it popped up in this book doing SRI Uri Geller experiments, right? Now, Scutch is actually late on the chain of things linked together about ASIM. She and her husband were more opportunists than intelligent agents, but they were most definitely connected to CIA intelligence projects that were themselves a sort of continuation or updating of the whole how to make man what we think he should be social engineering operation, which was yet another outcropping of eugenics. It hides under many names, from social science to holy roller religions to new age groups. They always serve the basic dual purpose: recruitment for the slave master ranks and behavior modification. The latter of which includes including studying and corralling people who are special, intelligent, and rebellious in some way. So let's see, blah, blah, blah. They found something interesting. It started with finding that in the fall of 2002, an article appeared on the internet, which is no longer up, called ASIM, Lie Down with Dogs, Get Up with Fleas, the MK Ultra milieu surrounding the scribing of A Course in Miracles. There's a separate page with a timeline. The text has been preserved on this blog. Quote, Thetman and Saunders, or I think that means Thetford, right? Thetford and Saunders worked together on the secret MKUltra subproject 130 psychology personality theory research. According to his old resume online from 1971 to 78, Saunders, apparently something of an MKUltra protege of Gidinger's, was co-authoring papers at that time with both Schuchman and Thetford. 3 years after Schuchman, Thetford, and Saunders jointly authored a paper with a, quote, specific explicit mention of Gidinger's PAS, Schuchman in 1965 began having strange visions, and shortly she was hearing an inner voice which identified itself as Jesus. The article gave a basic timeline with a lot of holes as to events leading up to the creation. We've covered most of these things. The article is quite accurate. The most important accuracy is the connection of Thetford et al. To MKUltra and Gidinger. Let's see. Yeah, they are indeed connected to it. He found the Human Ecology Study Program that Thetford listed on his resume. You know, the Human Ecology, that was like one of the biggest fronts for a lot of this sinister MKUltra research. And then, let's see. Yeah, when Gidinger was under questioning of the MKUltra investigation, he talked about the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, which was giving Thetford grants. He's interviewed by Ted Kennedy. He said Gidinger served with the agency for 26 years. And at some point, Ted Kennedy says, you moved into operational support side. Is that correct? He says, yes. And did you know Sidney Gottlieb? Yes. Did he inform you about the LSD? Yes. Blah, blah, blah. You knew about drug testing, Human Ecology Foundation. You know, he acknowledges all of this in his in his thing. Thetford's own CV has him working with Gidinger through all of this. He's mentioned a lot in the book, the biography about him. Like, he loved Gidinger. He thought Gidinger was a genius.
Yeah, even that book acknowledges that like one never really retires from the CIA, and like it actually has this really funny part where it says, he received additional money, but the records will not be found. Publication of PAS, we talked about what that is. Related research continues into the early 1970s. Gittinger's non-CIA business that promoted PAS, Psychological Assessment Associates, had a file card on record at Columbia, but there is no attendant folder or paperwork related to it. It is amusing at this point, as we see the CIA almost assuredly working behind the scenes to move Bill forward in his outer career, to realize that the Holy Spirit, to use ACIM terminology, is using the CIA, just as the CIA is using Bill.
Oh my God.
To place him on a collision course with Helen, and the consequent birth of the course. As I write, I sense Bill's presence, laughing at the notion that we think we, at the ego level, are in charge. Life is in charge. So yeah, the Holy Spirit is moving through the Central Intelligence Agency to help him advance in his career and build him like an office, like a secret office that's like perfect for carrying out this work.
This is beautiful. Yeah. This is beautiful. This is another funny thing in this article is, he's talking about some people have like written just straight up like almost like Scientology-esque like defenses of like these conspiracy theorists are freaks, like that they're so ego threatened that they say it must be a CIA plot, or something like that. But he notes here that he retrieved, I guess, something from the Internet Archive. In case people could find it. It was written in the summer of 2009 by William W. Whitson. Interestingly enough, he's the husband of Judy Scutch, which is why I think their daughter is like Tam Scutch Wilson. Or is it Tam Scutch Whitson, I guess? Our erstwhile SRI Uri Geller and put-off Targ supporter, which puts her in direct connection with Scientology as well. I pointed out that Whitson started right off with outright bald-faced propaganda. Yeah, Whitson said, quote, "In the 1990s, a malicious myth full of deliberate misinformation began to circulate that the CIA had promoted the course as an experiment in behavior modification. Two fundamental questions thus challenged a few students of the course. Before or after Drs. Thetford and Schuckman began to describe the course in October 1965, did they work for the CIA? If so, did their work for CIA have any relationship with the course? The purpose of the article is to explore these questions." Now, I just want to note, like, that name, Whitson, that wasp-ass name, his name comes up in the biography, like, of Thetford, but, like, not just because they knew each other later. It does say here on, I guess, page 40. Let me actually go to it. It's funny because it's trying to debunk a little bit. Let me see. Bill was more traditional. Yeah, a CIA colleague referred to Bill as congenial, well-liked, and conscientious. Here we go. It is important, this is from the biography of Bill Thetford, it is important to correct and clarify some false and misleading information currently on the internet concerning Bill's years with the CIA. After Bill's death, John Gittinger himself stressed that although Bill worked tirelessly on refining the PAS, he was never involved with the operational side of the CIA, including any behavior manipulation, drug experiments, mind control, or anything that could possibly be considered coloring outside of the lines of propriety. In fact, persons on the operational side were somewhat scornful of the psychological approach to information gathering and preferred more dramatic exploration and practices. Also, the paymaster in charge of seeding grant-related funds to Bill, a personal friend of Whitson, okay, has stated unequivocally that none of Bill's funding ever came through MKUltra, a controversial experimental project. Some internet articles falsely state that Bill was funded through that project, but like we have the receipts. He was, and also Whitson must have had some CIA
also, like,
friend.
Serious journalism on it, like it was in the New York Times, like there.
Yeah.
Not to say that, not to say everything in the New York Times is true, but it's not like it's just a bunch of like crazy conspiracy theorists like spinning wild allegations,
Right. I think they're kind of like they're banking on the fact that people aren't going to go and actually like look this up and think that.
Well, they're doing the classic thing of like saying the word conspiracy theory and like conjuring the idea of like crazy people, like when like it's just. Like they're just making it sound crazy when it's like 100% factual, and in fact, like even admitted in this book, like, well, I guess the MKUltra thing isn't, but like it, There
is an academic article called "Buying a Piece of Anthropology: Part 1: Human Ecology and the Unwitting Anthropological Research for CIA," which does mention Bill Thetford. It looks like twice here in some capacity. Yeah, it talks a lot about Harold Wolff and. A comparative learning behavior of different personality types. William N. Thetford. This is on a list of known grants funded by the CIA research front known as the Human Ecology Fund, 1960 to 1963. So, he definitely did. And the book kind of like talks a lot, though it stops very hard and short of like he didn't do any mind control, but he like loved John Gittinger, who was like balls deep in MKUltra projects that I think involved hypnotizing people against their will, or part of what his personality test was used for was like evaluating somebody's personality after they'd been drugged with LSD or like hypnotized, and like seeing how it could be better manipulated and things like that. So they have their shooters out here.
Yeah, this is what this article is from the Columbia Daily Spectator. Columbia University in 1980. The CIA had informed President McGill in 1977 that two MKUltra studies were performed at Columbia in the 50s. McGill later reported that William Tedford, a professor of medical psychology, had undertaken human ecology-funded studies on the theory of human behavior. This research did not involve drugs. McGill said last week he had no knowledge of a study of Hungarian refugees, but that he suspected the research was more sophisticated than Thetford's. Edward Sakar, director of the Neuropsychiatric Institute and chairman of the Department of Psychology, said yesterday he would initiate an investigation to determine the content of the research and the name of the researcher. Yeah, there was, some other articles that did kind of I think that the sort of the denial that they involved drugs. There was some other speculation, I think maybe in the same newspaper, that there was some kind of a drug involvement. It might have been the same thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I.
I guess another thing Whitson claimed in his debunker article is that the Human Ecology Fund employed Bill's sophistication with the PAS to direct a cross-cultural study of Chinese in New York City. I guess he means like Chinese people, but remember he ran off to Hong Kong to kidnap a woman who had been held prisoner by the Chinese. The kind of strange. There are a couple hits right here of some other associated things. I guess maybe the Mike McClary blog goes on here. As part of doing the research for my library article called The Use of U.S. Universities to Conduct Eugenics Research and Intelligence Operations, I needed to assemble some MKUltra projects that have direct bearing on that. So now in that article, I discussed the different MKUltra projects I discovered relating to social science fronts that are really eugenics. I discovered documentation about the Psychological Strategy Board, the PSB, a little-known group that had power over the CIA and would have been who allowed MKUltra in April 1953. Let's review a few things I found that ASIM's William Thetford, Gittinger, and others were tasked under the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology to research as to personality and how to influence people. The first thing here, MKUltra Subproject 84, Martin Orna. Subproject 84 was found in Black Vault's MKUltra CD1. They scanned the PDF of it. Let's see, it was approved in 1958, and it's tied to Subproject 39. This means that Martin Orna is somehow tied to whatever Subproject 39 is. The project had twin purposes. The other was experimenting with the, quote, effectiveness of hypnosis. Its first purpose, page 2, is described as the study of induction of high motivation in individuals by means of the development of specific interpersonal relationships. That is exactly what PSB director George Morgan's doctrinal program was after. Why? Because he was concerned that us smart people held a, quote, a weight and influence in forming or at least predisposing the attitudes and opinions of the opinion molding leaders in an area. And he comments here, quote, induction of high motivation could certainly be described as directly parallel to using Jesus as ASIM does to motivate others, right? The MKUltra briefing book list of subprojects and brief descriptions I made a while back describes on page 239 that the researcher for subproject 84 was paid at least $55,000 for this subproject through the Human Ecology Fund. That same page specifically lists the researcher as witting, which means Orna knew who was funding him, just as Thetford knew who was funding him. I guess Orna also studied cult research, I guess for the Psychological Strategy Board, or at least discussed in that article. Here's interesting. Page 42 of the documents has an interesting statement, quote, for the past 1.5 years, a study has been conducted on the trance phenomena occurring in the Pentecostal churches with the view toward understanding their relationship to other states of consciousness. This study has been facilitated by the availability of Mr. Big Long Blacked Out Area covering almost 2 months. Okay. This state is exactly the same as what Helen Schuckman supposedly experienced when receiving ASIM telepathically from Jesus. The real point of their interest, as expressed by Orna, is this, quote, The controversial question of antisocial behavior in hypnosis will be reevaluated experimentally. It is hoped to be able to shed considerable light on the limitations of hypnosis as a technique of controlling behavior in this manner. Put another way, they were looking for sneaky ways to control what they considered antisocial behavior. ASIM does certainly fit exactly into that criteria of looking for sneaky ways to control antisocial behavior. The whole course is about changing behavior of the ego. Saying it's from Jesus is most definitely sneaky. And as to dates which are going to correspond with what Thetford was doing, we'll note that this whole document is dated May 1960. So that means this Pentecostal study has been going on since 1958. Then there's MK Ultra Subproject 39. The tie to Martin Orna on this project was discovered within documents of Subproject 84. Let's see. It started in November 1953. Yeah, I don't know if there's any. Cornell, Hungarian refugees, psychological examination, Lawrence Hinkle and Harold Wolff. Interesting. Cornell, Hungarians, extension of Subproject 65. Interesting. And they're all linked to Orna's Subproject 39 for some reason. I guess this project was to study those factors which influence human behavior that could be used for achieving intelligence objectives. So it does sound like all this stuff is kind of swirling around of like behavior modification.
Yeah, wasn't there something in his biography about like trying to analyze like Khrushchev, like, and you know how he would act under stress or something like that?
I remember reading about that somewhere else, like that kind of happened. That was one of like the wacky projects that they sort of came up with, maybe in the 1950s.
I feel like it was definitely like in this book, but I'm not sure like if it was something that Thetford had worked on or if like it was, just something she mentioned, vaguely in connection. Yeah, like, psychologist. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, it was just a description of MK Ultra, but the PAS, which he did work on, was Gittinger's thing, and he, advised presidents on it, like in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He confirmed with President Kennedy about the likely behavior of Nikolai Khrushchev under stress.
Wow.
So that was Gittinger, not Thetford particularly, but early in our friendship, Bill told me more than once about his helping to develop a test that could ferret out potential double agents. It seemed to have a special appeal to him as he became more animated when he spoke of it. And of course, there's the detail from that one anecdote. I think you might have read it earlier, but about how the typewriter, Bill used to even joke himself about how the typewriter that the messages were typed on was like paid for by the CIA.
Oh, really? He used to joke about that? Oh my God. Wow, talk about the mighty warlords.
I thought it was in that article, but it was mentioned. Here. This is by Hugh Prather. I can tell you, everything about him was his deep connection with God, combined with his advice on to take it all too seriously. One of the primary themes of Bill's life and the great gift he gave the world. Every conversation I had with him had an effect on me because I was taking the course very seriously, and you just couldn't do that with Bill. I wish everyone could have felt his very lighthearted approach to the course. As a matter of fact, I think one of the reasons he kept telling these stories, pointing out the absurdity of everything that had gone on when the course came, whether done consciously or not, was for the effect it had of lightening me up on the whole subject. Additionally, he just thought it infinitely amusing that the CIA had financed so much of their work. And he always joked about the typewriter, the CIA-funded typewriter that typed The Course in Miracles.
Oh my God. Yeah, it starts to get... I'm going down this like old article, and it just does keep like circling and tying back to like Harold Wolff, Martin Orna. Like it basically says, like, if you line up his resume, he had to be working specifically on like Harold Wolff's like brainwashing program, often dealing with like Eastern Bloc like refugees, like trying to like brainwash them or manipulate them in one way or another.
Sounds like what the Columbia Spectator reported on the in the April 17th article. They said there was like some kind of thing involving Hungarian refugees, right?
Yeah, there were a bunch. There was specifically a Cornell program in the late 50s, like when he was like posted at Cornell doing vague personality assessment stuff that he must have been like the evidence kind of says that he had to be working directly with like Harold Wolff and Martin Orna and Gittinger, who was deeply involved in all of this stuff. So it gets to a point where it's like, okay, maybe the channeled text from these two psychologists like is actually Jesus of Nazareth and is revealing the ultimate truth. Or is it more likely that these people that are like up to their neck in like CIA mind control involvement are like up to something that is not entirely genuine, or even if they're being used by something in this project, something in the milking, right? Like this is a to me, this, and I get it. I'm a paranoid tanky or whatever, but this kind of, ruins any spiritual positive feelings I could have for any of this, which makes its like endurance to today like all the more kind of sus and frustrating, And it honestly makes like Marianne Williamson look sus as fuck. We haven't talked too much about her yet, but she lands like a UFO at one point in the 80s. And I mean, honestly, it's like she is the, like even Watnick, right? The guy who kind of turns it into like a fad with legs. But Marianne Williamson comes in and kind of like takes the crown as the greatest popularizer of A Course in Miracles.
Well, certainly like in the like last couple of years, that's for sure.
Well, no, since like the early 90s, I would say. Like
there are like some other figures who have been like pretty big, but
well, just like her household name recognition as a best-selling author, going on Oprah like 17 times, like, and like her connections to the highest levels of like celebrity and power. I found there are all these magazine articles about Marianne Williamson, like starting in like 1991 or so, that start profiling like, who is this lady, this queen of the new age that pops out and is like friends with all these powerful celebrities and stuff. And then, some of these profiles are even before she goes on Oprah, but then she drops her book, A Return to Love, which is, as far as I can kind of tell, it's like just her interpretation and kind of retelling of various things in A Course in Miracles, right? Like, I don't know if you read A Return to Love.
I didn't read it, A Return to Love, no.
Okay, yeah. But I mean, like that was like that.
You can definitely hear like just, I remember her debate performances.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I remember how the terminology was like, it was all about love versus fear.
Yep. No,
which
it's
is
actually
the same thing as A Course in Miracles.
It's deeply baked into all of her like public speaking, and like she obviously does have that kind of like charisma that she's really good at it in a way that, like, I watched a bunch of like Kenneth Watnick's videos, and I'm like, this guy's like, it's like it's like a lot of these like esoteric kind of people where they're like a little goofy, but Marianne Williamson comes out the gate and like she's so she's like a girl boss. She's like she's one of the corporate suits.
Addressed Trump and said like, you have used fear, and
love will win.
or whatever she said.
But I wasn't aware until I read some of these early things, like in the early 90s when she really blew up. Like, I think she got into this in the 80s, and actually she moved to Los Angeles in the early 80s and got a job at the Philosophical Research Society of, followers of Manly P. Hall. LA listeners might know this place because it sort of like rebranded. It's sort of like started throwing all these events in maybe in the last like few years, and it's kind of become like a popular place to like has like film screenings and stuff.
Yeah, there was actually some. We should stop soon, but there actually was some influence from like some of that kind of like American New Age like old school milieu. Like, I remember there was one part in Wapnick's biography where he talks about Helen going to, like, originally she was reluctant to go check it out, but she went to the like the Edgar Casey like associate for association for what is it called, like ARE, right? It's I forget exactly what the what the initials stand for, but she eventually when she at first was like Association for Research and Enlightenment, Edgar Casey's organization. But at first she was like, kind of like didn't want to deal with it. But Yeah, like Helen and Bill later told me that Hugh Lynn felt that his father Edgar had something to do with the transmission of the course. After one of their visits at the ARE, Casey walked Helen to the door of his office saying, "You must be a very advanced soul, but you certainly don't look it." Helen later wrote about her experiences at the ARE. Fortunately, as my anxiety subsided and became more familiar with the work of the ARE, this inaccurate picture of his activities and purposes was corrected. I have been a member for a number of years now, and I have considerable respect for the group and its aims. I'm particularly indebted to Hugh Lynn Casey for giving so much time out of his very busy life to my manuscript, and also for his consistent friendship, patience, and encouragement. So yeah, there was like, it was more of like an insider product than like some people make out. There were like connections with this whole sort of world.
Right.
You know.
It was funny to me. I almost expected to find more like Esalen overlap, like from the jump. I was almost surprised to see that this was very kind of hermetic, at least at first. And they did eventually link up with like Bay Area SRI type people, but that it was kind of like in this, in the Columbia kind of like psychiatry department, for a few years, like percolating. And then only, I don't think like Thetford, he might have done some stuff at Esalen, but it was Marianne in the 90s that did these big lectures at Esalen about A Course in Miracles, where finally those communities really like converged. And then I feel like the whole Esalen, kind of milieu, as well as a little more watered down, kind of like more like mainstream people like Oprah started pushing. Then you got, like Deepak Chopra kind of intersects with it. He actually came out of TM in the 80s and then kind of broke away from it to do his own thing. But he would end up being associates with Jeffrey Epstein eventually. But then like Marianne like kind of was carrying the banner for it in the 90s in terms of like getting kind of like normies into it. Then she kind of like fell off, like disappeared a little bit for a while, but then she came back in the 2010s, sort of running political campaigns and all this kind of stuff. But there was one person though in Marianne's like meteoric rise that I think I'd be remiss not to mention. I just want to read like the beginning of this like big Vanity Fair spread from June 1991 called Marianne's Faithful. One of several articles that is like, who is this girl? There is a new prophet for the new age, and she's no Tammy Faye Baker. Marianne Williamson is a liberal, Jewish, ex-lounge singer from Texas who preaches about Jesus, Young, and the SNL crisis, and whose supporters, including Bette Midler, David Geffen, Cher, and Shirley MacLaine, raise big bucks for her good works. But, as Leslie Bennett reports, some wonder if Williamson's real mission is to shine brighter than the stars who follow her. This opens in a great, real SJ heads will appreciate this. Wherever you look, there were stars, from Madonna and Michael to Liz and Warren. If the guests weren't stars, they were studio heads and moguls, agents and directors. Everyone who runs the town was there, says one. They had gathered at Sandy Gallen's house on this particular night in late February to celebrate the birthday of David Geffen, who had recently been anointed the richest man in a town full of rich men. Suddenly the buzz in the room quieted down, and a striking auburn-haired woman in a strapless black sequined gown stepped forward. As host, Gallen, the manager of Michael Jackson and Dolly Parton, as well as one of Geffen's closest friends, had asked Marianne Williamson to lead a prayer for the birthday boy and to give a blessing before the meal. She made everyone hold hands, one guest recalls. All these shoguns bowing their heads. It seemed so weird. Mike Ovitz and Frank Mancuso, Peter Guber and John Peters, Jeffrey Katzenberg and Michael Eisner, Penny Marshall and Jim Brooks, Jackson Brown and Joni Mitchell, Barry Diller and Sid Sheinberg. They did as they were told, and then Williamson began to speak about remembering Geffen's late mother on the day of his birth, about his extraordinary material bounty, about wishing for David that his worldly success would be accompanied by an equal degree of happiness and inner peace. Who is that woman? One nonplussed guest from out of town whispered to Maria Shriver. It was a question no insider would have asked. Marianne Williamson is not only the guru of the moment in Hollywood and a growing sensation in New York, but also a leading spokeswoman for a quasi-religious phenomenon that is making waves around the country. The doctrine she preaches is culled from a book called A Course in Miracles, which she describes as a self-study program of spiritual psychotherapy. Written over a 7-year period, blah, 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 it sold 700,000 copies and spawned more than 1,000 unofficial study groups nationwide. Williamson didn't write the book, but she's emerged as its most visible public voice as she lectures on a system of, quote, mind training that seems as full of contradictions as Williamson herself is. A left-wing Jew from Texas who makes it clear that her familiarity with sex, drugs, and rock and roll was achieved through her own long walk on the wild side, the 38-year-old Williamson is nonetheless a charismatic preacher who draws enormous crowds to hear her lecture on everything from intimacy and relationships to money and careers. Her tapes are traded like baseball cards among aficionados. I'll give you fear of abandonment and forgiving your parents for death does not exist. And saving the world. But whatever Williamson's topic, her talks are littered with references to Jesus and the Holy Spirit. If that sounds like Christianity, however, the most cursory investigation reveals that many of the tenets in A Course of Miracles directly contradict Christian teachings, of course. Furthermore, a good portion of Williamson's audience seems to be made up of people who consider themselves Jews or atheists or both, just like Helen Schuckman, the psychologist who wrote A Course in Miracles. From the outset, controversy surrounded it. Its adherents bill it as a correction to Christianity. But although, fundamentalist Christians call it dangerously seductive and it might be the work of the devil, and a lot of Jews aren't too thrilled about it either. What is this, Jews for Jesus, says one? Nevertheless, she started doing this like AIDS patient thing that where she would drive around and like provide free meals to AIDS patients through the Los Angeles Center for Living and Manhattan Center for Living, which that's like nice. And she got all of these big celebrities to like put up money and do advertising for it. But it was
I was gonna say like the whole thing of like, there's your mentality is like what you change to deal with AIDS. It's like. Yeah, that probably hit harder when there was nothing else to be done about AIDS other than to achieve peace with it. Basically, there were forms of treatment, but ultimately it was kind of a bleak.
It was a death sentence. So in that sense, it's like, oh well, she makes people feel better about the time they have left, and there was this opening that she really like jumped in, and a lot of people thought, a lot of especially like famous people, rich people, like yuppie types really loved her like style because she was like kind of a bad girl. She went to, she was from like an upper middle class family and had like a kind of eclectic, I guess, but distant like father who was like an immigration lawyer who like took her to Vietnam when she was 13 to like show her how bad the Vietnam War was so that she wouldn't get brainwashed. That she tells that anecdote a lot. So I guess he was kind of, I think her grandfather was kind of like a socialist sympathizer in that kind of way. And then she was kind of a hippie and, a lot of sex, drugs and whatever. And, but then was like in personal crisis. Going down here, I just wanted to clock that, like, the person who helped her literally start her charities in the 1980s was David Geffen. David Geffen heard one of her talks that she started giving she kind of talked her way into getting a job at the Philosophical Research Society and was already, like, all about A Course in Miracles. Eventually, they asked her to start doing lectures, which started to be popular, and then she started doing bigger lectures. And it says that like her charity is an outreach program, or it's at the LA Center for Living, which was born in 1987 after Williamson mentioned the idea at her lecture, and David Geffen contributed $50,000. 2 years later, the Manhattan Center for Living was founded with the aid of another $50,000 from Geffen. While neither center is officially associated with A Course in Miracles, its emphasis on service to others has been a powerful impetus behind their growth. A lot of people see the anxieties of the age of AIDS as a primary explanation for the growing popularity of A Course in Miracles, which asserts that all human beings are innocent and carries none of the judgmental sting of Christianity. Also, the Course isn't a church, there's nothing to join, no dues to pay, only the book to read for those who so choose. This alone is problematic, however. One of the first obstacles confronting anyone who explores A Course in Miracles is the question of the book's origin, as we've gone through at length, and it's all weird. It ended up being 1,200 pages. But that is interesting, like, David Geffen, in the list of, like, probably evil things, like, David Geffen has done, like, this is probably pretty, like, low on that list in terms of, like, a charity that provide services to people dying of AIDS in the late 80s, you know, but it still does show there's that. I know that Oprah and David Geffen are tight, and like from the very beginning, like one of her strongest patrons has been Geffen, and I stumbled on this right here. Willis Harmon actually knew Schuckman, and they must have had an interaction because he's interviewed in this article. He once asked Schuckman why she herself did not seem to have benefited from the book that had brought peace to so many others. She said, according to him, she said, "I know the course is true, Bill, but I don't believe it." Weird, right? It is odd. I also saw that Edgar Mitchell, also associated with the Institute for Noetic Sciences, former Apollo astronaut and huge like parapsychology UFO guy, right? From the 70s onward, he was running a Course in Miracles classes in like Florida in the early 90s and was interviewed in one of the newspaper articles. So like, yeah, these like ions people, the Stanford SRI kind of psi, like, and then the Esalen crowd, like they all were about this shit. And then, you got a kind of big celebrity to like take it via Oprah to hit the bestseller list in the 90s. And it's still kind of like floating. I think even then, like I feel like there's a lot of vague concepts in A Course in Miracles that still find their ways into various kinds of like pop spirituality, like New Age light kind of stuff, like the motivational speaking kind of the Deepak Chopra, like, those types of people that were pretty big in like the last like 25 years. So it has had this weird persistence and like influence. And now, Marianne Williamson, like even today, I saw things from a few months ago where she will casually just slip in like, well, as A Course in Miracles says, blah, 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 blah. Like she's still citing it as like the core of her philosophy and thought. But it's funny, there were all these like, she gestured to like a lot of heckin' leftists when she was like running for president, right? I think she did events with like DSA people in LA, and they were kind of like co-signing her. I think she went on some dirtbag podcasts back in 2020 and it's like, Orb Mama, yeah, she rocks. Like, I get it, she's like entertaining and charismatic, but I watched a thing from 2016 that was like Oprah's like Super Soul Sunday sessions or whatever with Marianne and Deepak Chopra, who was connected to Epstein through the John Templeton Foundation, which ironically sponsored that Harper's article about A Course in Miracles that we were reading from earlier. But, most of Harper's is sponsored by the weird sus Templeton Foundation. But nonetheless, like, that there's you really get the sense of like Oprah in 2016 before Marianne comes on, like kind of like fashioning herself as a new age cult leader and an icon, that people are just like worshiping, and she's selling this like weird mix of like prosperity gospel with a little bit of like Pentecostal, like cool new church kind of energy, like Protestant American church energy, mixed with a little bit of maybe not woke one, but like, the kind of Obama era, like liberalism mixed with this vague Deepak Chopra enlightenment
like, people are, similar, like, this possibly could be, or at least it certainly is, like part of the genesis of the Course in Miracles itself. Like, people are desperate for that. They're desperate for like a moral language that like responds to the present moment, but like they also like are deathly afraid of, like, it is true, like they are afraid of God, but like in the Course of Miracles offers a solution, which is that God actually, like, there is no like reason to be God fearing. There is no reason to fear anything, right? To fear God, right? Like
you're not going to be judged.
Jeffrey Epstein has no reason to be afraid of God because it's all in his mind.
That's
right?
the dark
like,
implication of a lot
Donald Trump has no
of
reason
this.
to be afraid of God because it's all in his mind. Right, Trump is all in your mind, or like what, or like whatever. Like, so it is this kind of thing. But yeah, like, so it has. But people are desperate for a moral language that is like responding to this moment. But like, they also, this morality has consequences, right? And like, we are, that is the fruit of the CIA decade, or the CIA century, right? The CIA, at least almost 75 years that were like we're paralyzed ethically, right? Like we recoil from the idea of anything being right or wrong. Or too many do, I guess. Maybe not everybody, but too many do, I think.
Yeah. As one critic in this Vanity Fair article said about A Course in Miracles, it's complete gibberish. It's typical Southern California New Age bullshit. All these people in a month or a year or a decade will turn to yet another Southern California New Age bunch of bullshit, and the leader of that one will also say that his text will be as important as the Bible. Yeah, so some people weren't buying it. But...
Yeah, I mean, that maybe is Marianne, but the ACIM itself, is, very much like a New York product, I guess, very...
strangely. It kind of has that tortured relationship between, being like a heckin' Freud, psychology understander, and then also, the idea of being religious or...
I mean, it's not a contradiction because, even we saw in Freud himself, right, and, Jung and Freud were friends at one point. Freud wasn't all this stuff is crazy. What are you talking about? Alchemy, mysticism. This doesn't have anything to do with psychoanalysis. He was no, that's word. That is basically, the same thing. As, he himself acknowledged, there was a deep connection. Oh, I mean, his interests himself, Moses and monotheism, all those things, right?
Yeah.
Totem and taboo. Psychoanalysis and religion are very closely related. It's not a coincidence that when she had that midlife crisis, what she chose to study was psychology. But anyway.
Yeah. I should also just for the record, in more recent years, I found a bunch of articles about how Marianne Williamson apparently had notorious rage problems and was extremely verbally and psychologically abusive to her staffers.
That came out during the election, back in 2020,
right?
Last time she ran.
We know that she projects this love and light, fearless love and light, but for somebody who makes their entire career off of being so unflappable, apparently in private, they're not exactly living those values. And, I think there are limits to this type of, when she talks about the Israel-Palestine thing, it's it's okay, on the one hand, she'll call it a genocide, but then her solutions are they need to get over their hatred, they're, both sides, just need to get over, hating each other. That's the only way this will ever be, solved, is if everybody kind of, and it's all right, that at a certain point, you didn't say that about the Nazis and the people they were genociding, that, they were everyone just needed to understand that the Nazis were hurting.
Yeah, it did kind of remind me of the Masson thing about Auschwitz, Auschwitz, there's many different experiences of Auschwitz one could have, not all negative, right?
Oh, right. It actually was a good thing. Yeah, exactly.
It could make a man out of you, right?
Right. There's a little bit of it's just weird, the idea that it does kind of let the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world off of the hook, which is when you look at every rich Hollywood bougie person just loved her and thought she was amazing, and it's easy to see why. Same with Oprah. It's a cult of success, but also spiritual purity while being at the top of society, and it's just kind of it's frictionless. You don't have to worry about did you trample on anybody. Did you hurt...
do you think I'm doing this? Do you think I did something wrong? Right? There is something to the insight that people really do spiral with their guilt. And I think but the thing is I don't know, people are paralyzed by their guilt instead of responding to their guilt. And I don't know, guilt exists for a reason. Guilt and shame exist for a reason,
Right. It's not all religious,
sometimes there can be
browbeating.
A toxic guilt or a toxic shame or a misplaced guilt or a misplaced shame. Definitely can happen, right? Anything, any emotion, any sentiment can be manipulated, right?
100%.
Can be a misplaced love or a delusive hatred, right? But in some cases there are people who one should hate, there are people who are hateable, and there are also there's reasons to feel guilty and there's reasons to feel shame. And those instincts aren't always wrong, right? They can be, they can mislead you, but they can also guide you. And I think rather than being I just think of meeting people who even when I would mention that I was Muslim, and I would never say anything. I would never in a million years tell anybody they were going to hell. I'm concerned with my own salvation, right? I don't I mean I would say that for instance I speculate that, someone truly execrable, like, Hitler, Charlie Kirk, like, will be in hell, but I'm not gonna like tell a stranger that they're go or someone who I don't know very well or anything like or even someone who I knew well, and even someone who I thought I would never express that thought. But so many people, even when I say that I'm Muslim, they like react like, well, so do you think I'm going to hell?
Right,
well,
like,
hold on,
I know you
I
hate
didn't say
me.
anything.
Admit you
Like,
hate
and it's like,
you hate me. You think I'm a pig, like,
if that's your
or something.
concern, then
It's a little hang up,
maybe
yeah.
that's something that maybe that's projection. Maybe that's something that you are concerned about, and rather than getting angry at me, here's my psychoanalysis,
Yeah,
maybe if
I
that
mean,
upsets you, like maybe you're not really angry at me for being Muslim, maybe you're angry at yourself for something that you feel guilty about,
right, like being
and
involved in MK
I
Ultra
don't
mind
know whether
control
you should or
programs for
not,
20
like,
years.
but if you do, yeah,
Like all these people that literally were like the founders of this spiritual whatever tradition. I think Bill Thetford had probably some things to be legitimately guilty about, and to the extent that maybe Helen Schuckman knew that she would, I don't know, that something was being done that wasn't just like The Voice. Maybe she should feel a little guilty about it too, and maybe all these new age hucksters should feel a little guilty about, like to this day, I think Marianne Williamson is like pretty skilled at being slippery. If anybody comes at her with like this thing you based all of your like public speaking career on is like sus, like, and probably fake, like weird, and like, I mean, she still feels empowered to like invoke it and then subtly like guide people towards it as this great repository of truth. And I feel like that might be something to feel a little guilty about. Like we're a murderous like the United States is a murderous empire that has committed very heinous crimes. And I think a lot of it is like repressed, or there's a kind of a process of like a cultural dissociation where that's not confronted ever, So I think like any movement that is promising you never have to feel guilty, I don't know about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can call us church ladies if you want, but sometimes it's like, it's helpful to confront in order to stop doing a harmful behavior or giving yourself over to evil forces. It's like self-crit.
I do actually think that. Like, I mean, there's that line, we should stop, but there was a line in that biography of Bill Thetford that was like, not even the smartest person, could have made up, A Course in Miracles. Like, it's obviously like this, revelation. Like, no one could have planned, like, responding to the CIA thing. Like, no one could have planned or fabricated this, like, no matter how smart you were. And it's like, well, first of all, like, people are like, it's this kind of like idea that like, it almost is this like dualistic, like Gnostic view of intelligence agencies where they're not like a part of our society, or that like the people who work in intelligence agencies don't have like real desires, or like are always, totally cynical or something like this. And it's like, well, this is like an expression of beliefs that like people might actually, or maybe an expression of people I actually believe or might actually like feel. And I do think that like on some level, like, in terms of like their intelligence, right? In terms of, planning, maybe this is a slightly separate thought, but I think it is kind of connected. Like, I do think that like if there does need to be, like you said, like a reckoning with like the history of the United States, and like the United States as like a moral force in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in order for it to be like, people's conception of themselves like as Americans, and like the responsibility of Americans in atrocities and things like this, like it does like call for like a moral reckoning.
Mm-hmm.
And like the sort of history, the United States history of religiosity, right? Like things like the abolitionist movement, like that is like, where the kind of tendency in American culture where that reckoning is going to come from. So the idea that like there was interest in that tendency and in the domain of like, I mean, there obviously was, there's nothing to be proven, so I don't need to like prove it like analogically, it's like, documented that this was an interest, but certainly there's like interest in controlling that and
right.
stripping that of that any kind of potential like that,
right?
Because that is like where
That's
like some of the most radical transformations in American society have come from the deep religious tendency in America. Like you know this, like people who are European. If you talk to a European, like the religiosity of Americans like freaks them out. Like because they it's still like the religiosity of our society. Which of course they have no right to feel based on their own history, but but it still is like quite intense, and it is a salient aspect of American culture in many ways. And like if you look at like the history of the sort of the positive transformations that have come about, like the religious dimension of the like broader American consciousness has been a big part of that. But anyway, that's a broad
civil
point,
rights.
but
Yeah,
civil
they want to
rights,
control.
abolition
They want to control the forces that would want to abolish certain things. Like they want to constrain or manipulate the forces of abolition into not wanting to abolish certain things. And I feel like that's what even when Marianne gets up and gives her kind of like Bernie-ish populist rhetoric up to a point, but then always ends it with like, just as A Course in Miracles says, we all have to just radically love each other, and that's the only solution. I don't know, it feels like a way of keeping us on the plantation a little bit, like, but don't confront like this naked evil. She'll pay lip service to confronting the evil with love, but it's like there's always an element of we have to forgive them like up front in order to like win. And I don't know if that's always true.
Well, this is why ultimately I don't believe that. I mean, I guess, a djinn could come up with anything, but I ultimately do believe that A Course in Miracles like is the product of Helen Schucman in some way. Maybe, there was a dissociative thing, right? Like where she didn't realize, right? That certainly maybe can happen. But, I mean, certainly can happen. But the, I think like it does kind of show, you can kind of see the social character of it, It doesn't actually show, I mean, if you compare it with the Quran, right? Like, it is kind of like, you might be, but, again, we need to end, but like there's an interesting parallel you could do with sort of we were talking about this recently, the satanic verses thing in the Alatra episode, and like kind of the psychologization of that sort of apocryphal story. Like, you can kind of compare that with like, the way people interpret that as like, this is a self-interested thing, right? That would have been like the message of the Quran, like if it were,
if it didn't
kind
slap
of,
as hard as
it did. There are so many things about it that were dangerous. Like Muhammad, like he was like forced out of Mecca, he like people tried to kill him, right? And like A Course in Miracles is like, it's very like tenure track professor brain, where like there almost is no sociality to it at all. It's all like literally brain in a jar, literally like panpsychism kind of, where it's like everything, all the problems are emanating just from like your own personal issues that need to be worked out,
So many of the things in it do seem mediated. You look through her specific psychology, and maybe it was, but the last thing I'll say, I remember I found one clip of very hard to find Oprah clips online because she's got copyright over everything, but there was one from the early 90s, and like, Marianne Williams was talking about how she feels like there's a spiritual awakening happening in America, and people are waking up. And you have to get past this, like, Republican versus Democrat, like, hatred and everything. Like, everyone needs to get over that. And one example she used was like, the rich think all the problems in society are because of the poor. The poor think all the problems in society are because of the rich. And we need to get past that. I'm like, whoa, dog, hold up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, so these are equal. Okay, so, like, the poor people are frustrated at the rich. And the rich people are frustrated at the poor. Why? They're rich. Like what are they mad about? But though these two things are equally, we both have to like not be mad or not feel like we've been wronged, or because that's ego. That's bad. Like you have to let the rich people remain rich, and then I don't know, some secret thing will happen, and we'll learn to love each other. But it's never defined in any even general way. It's all in this kind of like hoping for this vibe revolution. The closest it comes to it
is the workbook, and like you mentioned one of the exercises in the workbook, but like if you look at them, they're quite something. So
Marianne told
they are like this table.
Right.
Look at the
Yeah, it
table,
doesn't
say this
exist.
table, it doesn't exist.
I think that, especially in the age of like AI, it was funny you noted like in one of the Reddit threads,
like other mystical exercises.
Yeah, but
various points in history,
recently, I guess a lot of the people that were like defending A Course in Miracles in this like recent Reddit thread were saying things like, well, you know, I plugged ASIM into like Gemini and it gives me like good spiritual insights every day. And I'm like, this is the worst thing to like converge with like AI.
Ask Gemini to tell you how to practice A Course in Miracles in your life. Yeah, exactly. It was like a Reddit thread that was specifically about like, how do you apply this? And yeah, a lot of people like did say like, yeah, use the workbook. And like, but yeah, there was one guy who was like adamant that you just need to ask Gemini. And I'm like, oh,
I couldn't think of a faster way to develop AI psychosis than like giving an AI this book and being like, just riff the lessons of this book at me, because it'll just start being like, nothing's real. Like your death isn't real, you know? And that's like, you know, that's childish. Like, yeah, not saying it's the end, but it is real. Like, you know, living is real. Doing bad things to people is real. Like, these things exist. These things exist for us.
Yeah, it matters.
Yeah,
like, for sure.
Yeah, and psyoping yourself into thinking you're living in a simulation is not healthy. But I can see why American rich people, the CIA's work is probably accomplished in creating just a totally like brain broken, like selfish society that can dissociate from reality at will. In a way, they're all doing the eye roll method of self-hypnosis now, when they roll their eyes at the crimes of America, right? But anyways, yeah, thanks for tuning in, y'all. We will leave it there, but we'll be back on Monday at patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. There will also be a new episode of Demon Forces 6, The Murder of Yugoslavia, dropping at noon Pacific tomorrow on the Demon Forces tier at Patreon. So go check that out. But yeah, we'll catch y'all on Monday. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.